fait ça parce que c'est ça, il y a deux fois la même chose. Pour éviter le thé, ça c'est des armes.
Dear colleagues, the sitting is open. I remind members that they should insert their badge before taking the floor. As you begin your speech, please press the microphone button once only, wait 2 seconds, and then speak. The first item of business this afternoon is the debate on the report titled Call for Varosha's Return to its Lawful Inhabitants, document 16004, presented by Mr. Piero Fassino on behalf of the Committee of Political Affairs and Democracy. In order to finish by 5 minutes after 5, I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 4:35 p.m. to allow time for the reply and the vote. I now call Mr. Fassino, rapporteur. Dear Piero, you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. You have the floor.
Grazie.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues.
Because there is a translation. The report
relates to the situation in Varosha. Varosha is part of the town of Famagosta. In the 1950s and 60s, it was an international seaside resort, very well known. And in 1974, during the political crisis which occurred on the island of Cyprus, it came under Turkish control. It's now a ghost town because under an agreement entered into them, the town of Varosha has no inhabitants, has no activities. It's a ghost town. There are only 2 United Nations control points there. The UN has asked repeatedly, and more recently in its resolution, to have control over the area of Varosha, including it in the buffer zone, which the UN already has in Cyprus, but the Turkish Cypriot Authority has always refused to accept that solution. And today, Varosha is a ghost town under Turkish control. But the problem of Varosha is part of the problem of Cyprus. It's very difficult to think of a solution to the problem of Varosha without addressing the whole problem of Cyprus. Cyprus, as you know, since 1974. So for 50 years, it's been divided into two. There's the Republic of Cyprus and the Turkish Cypriot community. Now, this crisis began in 1963, really, whereas the United Nations deployed a contingent at that time. And in 1974, it came to a head when, under the regime of the Greek colonels, an extremist Greek Cypriot group committed a coup d'etat, the aim being to create enosis, that's to say, the union of Cyprus with Greece. That coup d'etat provoked the Turkish side, which, invoking Article 4 of the treaty signed at the time of Cypriot freedom, caused them to intervene, and they intervened militarily in the northern part of Cyprus. And from that moment on, Cyprus has been a divided island. Since then, there have been many attempts to try and achieve unification. There was the Annan Plan, which was adopted by the Turkish Cypriot group in a referendum, but rejected by the Greek Cypriot side. And there have been many, many other attempts until the attempt of Caen-Montana in 2017, but all of them failed. Now, faced with the failure of all these attempts to come to reunification on the Turkish side, most recently they have said that it's impossible to come to reunification and that the only option is to accept that there are two states, two independent states. That's the position of the Turkish Cypriot community and the position also of the Turkish government, expressed by President Erdogan in his address to the United Nations. There is still an attempt underway under UN Secretary General Guterres to try to resume negotiations, but at the moment we still don't know whether that will be successful. The position supported by the international community, that's to say the United Nations, the EU and the Council of Europe, is that the only solution to emerge from this division of the island is a binational, bi-community federation with legal personality, that is a single legal personality, a single foreign policy, but with great transfer of powers to self-government to the two different constituent communities in a federation. This is the position which today the UN still supports, as does the Council of Europe, and all of its statements. And this is also contained in the resolution to be put to a vote. Now, as to the problem of Varosha, on the basis of a judgment from our court, the Court of Human Rights, a specific approach was begun. That's to say, Turkey was called upon to set up a process regarding real estate so that owners of the buildings in Varosha, who are largely, almost all of them in fact, are Greeks, can receive back their property, so either get them back or receive a compensation. At the moment, a number of owners have addressed that committee, but most of the cases processed so far have resulted in financial compensation, whereas only 3.5% of the applicants have actually received their property back. Now, I repeat, the United Nations, in trying to solve this problem in a more assertive way and rather more successful, has requested in the most recent report that Varosha be put under the control of the UN. But the sides involved rejected this. So I would say, first of all, we must not resign ourselves to the permanent division of the island. So we must support this proposal for a binational, bi-community federation with a broad transfer of powers to the two constituent communities. We must, in all possible ways, ensure that measures be taken to boost mutual confidence and help them develop all possible forms of cooperation. On a recent visit to Cyprus, for example, I met both the Turkish mayor of Famagosta and the exiled mayor of Famagosta, Greek Cypriot, and there was a meeting at which we discussed just how we could promote forms of cooperation. Now, Varosha is, if it's put under UN request, well, the Turkish Cypriot would have to accept that, and at the same time, we need to speed up the consideration of property claims by that committee and ensure that not just financial compensation be paid, but also that properties be returned to their owners. So we need to work in all possible ways to create the conditions so there be greater mutual trust, which would also be conducive to help overcoming all other forms of isolation, which the Turkish Cypriot community currently suffers. So the Council of Europe's commitment has always been along these lines. And this is also included in the resolution before you and in today's text. And I think there, well, you'll see we need just how we need to work on this to ensure we come up with a desired solution. Thank you.
We go on the debate, and I call first, on behalf of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens, Saskia Kluit.
Thank you, President. Cyprus was established in 1960 as an independent state with ensuring equal rights and responsibilities to both the Turkish and the Cyprus citizens. And yet, already soon after the establishment of the state, the people of Cyprus were confronted with several violent conflicts, resulting in 1974 in the occupying parts of its territories by Turkey. And in 2024, we are still confronted with the painful remnants of this conflict. The report on the return of Varosha to its lawful citizens is a commendable effort and result of patient work by our colleague Mr. Mafasino, and depicts the situation on the ground in Varosha and signs a way forward for our community. Most important of all the report and recommendation, it reiterates the importance of the bicommunal federal state solution for Cyprus. That is a solution where both Turkish and Cyprus communities will have great freedom to fulfill their own needs and their own wishes for their own communities and still live in harmony with each other. And then there's Varosha, that part of the city of Famagusta that has remained closed and uninhabited for more than 50 years. The case of Varosha is one of important symbolic significance. There are several UN resolutions on Famagusta that call for the return of the city to its lawful inhabitants under the UN administration and consider any attempts to settle the city by persons other than its Greek Cypriotic inhabitants illegal. As the report rightly documents, the gradual opening of the city under the present condition of occupation by Turkey will undermine and even destroy any efforts aimed at the resumption of negotiations. So we strongly support the reporter in his proposals to return Varosha to its lawful inhabitants under the UN and in his call on all parties to swiftly resume the political process for a federal state, while refraining by all parties from any further unilateral steps or statements that undermine such a process. These steps are, of course, imperative to encourage further fruitful negotiations within the boundaries of the UN-made framework. To give follow-up on the recommendation is not only in accordance with international law and the implementation of the UN resolutions, it would also positively contribute to an overall settlement of the Cyprus problem, and that is, of course, something we strive for. So that the next time that in this chamber we discuss Varosha, it will be because it's a wonderful, vibrant place filled with people having a good time, and not because it's an empty, painful remnant of a frozen conflict. Thank you, President.
Thank you. On behalf of EPP, George Tomatis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I totally agree that after our discussion about the draft resolution, the next time we will be here, the inhabitants, Greek Cypriots, to be here on this stage because in Europe we don't have only the separate Nicosia, but we have cities, ghost cities, and these cities belongs to Cyprus. You know, dear colleagues, before the division of Cyprus in 1974, Varosha was a major and development city and one of the most popular tourist destinations in the world. It was also a center of art and intellectual activity. Ever since Turkey's invasion in Cyprus in 1974, as it recognized by the Council of Europe, thousands of inhabitants have suffered discrimination of their fundamental rights. All Greek Cypriots were internally displaced in the southern part of the island. After 50 years, the Cyprus problem remains unsolved, having as a result Nicosia to be the only one divided European capital. As in an aftermath of the Turkish invasion, Varosha, which is a part of Famagusta, is an adopted ghost town. In the following negotiation, Varosha was included among the areas to pay return to the Greek Cypriot administration following the comprehensive settlement of the Cyprus issue on the agreed basis of a bicommunal and bi-regional federation. In line with the relevant resolutions of the United Nations Security Council, the international community considers Varosha to be illegally occupied and has systematically called for the withdrawal of Turkish troops the fenced town. Following all United Nations resolutions, Varosha must be under the control of United Nations and return to its lawful inhabitants. Turkish government in 2020 decided to reopen access of Varosha. This unilateral action breaches the international law and human rights of the lawful citizens of this area. As an organization committed to democracy, human rights, the rule of law, and ultimate peace, it is our responsibility to offer political solutions to significant geopolitical issues before military response. This report highly underlines that by this action, Turkey violates the late United Nations resolutions. For a peace to be lasting, it must first be just, and this report matches the expectations, proposing an overall balanced approach of the anti-Cyprus in which the ultimate rights of both the Greek and Turkish Cypriots will be ensured in a full compliance with the Council of Europe standards and the rule of law. The steps orchestrated by the President of Turkey to after the status of Varosha by gradually opening an financial area breaches any sense of international law and undermines the process of a comprehensive settlement of the Cypriot issue. The Council of Europe cannot afford to remain silent. Varosha must return to its lawful inhabitants. This is why this report is a fundamentally important report for Council of Europe. Thank you.
On behalf of ALDE, Damien Cotier.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le rapporteur.
Thank you, President. Our rapporteur, Mr. Fassino, is quite right. He's quite right in linking the scope of this report to the situation in Cyprus as a whole. He's also right to point out that this country has been split down in the middle. We'll be marking the 50th anniversary of that separation this year, a sad anniversary, I would add. He's also quite right in talking about the framework of resolutions which has been established in recent years, both here and in the United Nations. So I would like to thank Mr. Fassino for this excellent report. We're used to good quality work coming out of Mr. Fassino, and this report is also very much balanced. It's important that we address this issue. The Council of Europe and our Assembly have been working on a series of important issues and conflicts: Ukraine, the Middle East, the situation in Georgia, the conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia, and other so-called hot conflicts. However, our interest and concern for those matters shouldn't divert our attention from unresolved conflicts, such as the island of Cyprus, which I said has been split down the middle for 50 years now, with, alas, no prospects in sight of a solution. Mr. Fassino is also right, however, when he says that we shouldn't be resigned to this. We have to continue working to explore possible solutions. To do this, we need political determination and governments which place the priority on the needs of their citizens. So today we're talking about Varosha, this neighbourhood in the town of Famagusta in the northern part of the island, which has been occupied. So this neighbourhood, Varosha, is unoccupied. It's been cut off. It's isolated. It's been a ghost town for 50 years now. The Turkish authorities continue to try to change this, which further undermines any chance of reaching a peace agreement, while at the same time going against the Security Council of the United Nations. So we shouldn't support that. We have to remind the international community, in particular the guaranteeing powers, Greece, United Kingdom, the European Union, United Nations. We should call on all those stakeholders to work for peace. So whatever its precise form might be, the only possibility would appear to be a federal setup. I'm Swiss. In other words, from a federal country, we moved from a confederation to a federation 50 years ago. But this took a long time. It was a long-term process, punctuated by conflicts. But we were able to carry out this process successfully because we had flanking and confidence-building measures, which means Switzerland is now a very well-functioning federation. And that was only possible thanks to the determination which creates trust. So I'm sure on behalf of Switzerland, I can promise to help you in any way we can. We've had conferences in the past in Geneva, Birkenstock, and elsewhere. So we'll be delighted to share our experience with you. I'm just about to wind up, President. So the international community should not simply give up. We should continue to work on this important file with a view to finding a solution. We will support this report under the version adopted by the committee.
Report that has taken much time and effort, but also the Secretary of the Political Affairs Committee, Mr. Shevchenko, for his precious assistance throughout. Dear colleagues, it has been decades since the Cyprus problem was discussed in the plenary session of the PACE. Unfortunately, as it was already said, in just a few days, we will mark 50 invasion and continuous occupation of 37% of the territory of the Republic of Cyprus by Turkey. Half a century of division of our country and of our people, Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots. 50 years of continuous violation of international law and massive violation of the human rights. Today's discussion, dear colleagues, is taking place as a result of the new fait accompli imposed by Turkey in Famagusta. This is probably the worst fait accompli since the unilateral declaration of the pseudo-state in 1983, recognized only by Turkey. Turkish actions in Famagusta are illegal and run contrary to the Security Council resolutions 550 and 789, which call for the return of the city to its rightful owners under UN administration. If what is occurring in Varosha is not revoked and is further continued, it will not only undermine, but may also become the tombstone of the efforts to restart negotiations for achieving a comprehensive solution to the Cyprus problem. Negative developments in Famagusta must be seen as part of Turkish and its subordinate Turkish Cypriot leader pursue for a two-state solution, thus diverting from the agreed framework for a bizonal bicommunal federation with single sovereignty, international personality and citizenship, with political equality as stipulated in the relevant UN resolutions. In this context, the dangers for Cyprus and the Cypriot people become magnified, bringing us closer to partition. Dear colleagues, it is more than clear and evident that the current divisive status quo or any other form of partition is not viable and bears countless risks for the future of our island and its people. On the contrary, it is our strong belief that the only way forward for both communities and all parties involved is to reach a comprehensive solution. Therefore, the Assembly must send a strong message to uphold international law, dismissing and condemning any action that cements the illegal partitioning status quo, that is responsible not only for the ongoing violation of the Greek Cypriots' human rights, but also for the suffering of the Turkish Cypriots as a result of their continuous and imposed demographic, economic, social, cultural, and political assimilation from Turkey. PACE must also send a strong message today on the need to break the longest stalemate in the history of the problem and express support towards the efforts of the UN Secretary-General to resume negotiations from where they left off in 2017 in Crans-Montana.
Thank you, Mr. Lukaidis.
Lastly, PACE should send a strong message of support for our vision of a free, peaceful, reunited European Cyprus, where all Cypriots may live in conditions of security and stability. Thank you.
Thank you. We go on now to the list of speakers. Namik Tan is first.
Dear President, dear colleagues, first, I would like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Fassino for his dedicated work in preparing this report on such a complex subject. The island of Cyprus is home to two distinct communities, Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots. Given this, and considering the importance of the issues addressed in the report, it is crucial that the events between these two communities are presented from a balanced perspective. This balance is particularly vital in a report that aims to articulate solutions to this decades-old conflict, as it affects both the understanding of the conflict's nature and report's credibility. Therefore, I feel compelled to draw your attention to certain undisputed historical facts and issues. As a result of Greek Cypriot violence that began in 1963 and continued for the next 11 years, hundreds of Turkish Cypriots were murdered, wounded, or taken hostage. Nearly 30,000 Turkish Cypriots were driven from their homes and became refugees in enclaves that covered only 3% of the island's territory. In these enclaves, the Turkish Cypriot people lived under what then UN Secretary-General described as a veritable siege, with no freedom of movement and deprived of basic necessities. Secondly, for more than half a century, Turkish Cypriots have made significant efforts and constructive contributions towards resolving the Cyprus issue. One of the most important initiatives in the context of this report is the establishment of the Immovable Property Commission, IPC, in accordance with the Zenides Arestis judgment of the European Court of Human Rights. The Commission was recognized by the Court as an effective remedy in its 2010 Demopoulos judgment, and the lifting of the military zone status of the pilot fenced-off area of Marash, Varosha, aligns with the work of the Commission. As a clear indication of progress, there are currently over 513 applications before the IPC relating to the fenced-off area of Marash, Varosha, with over 41 concerning properties within the pilot area. To conclude, I would like to emphasize a fundamental principle essential for a lasting settlement. Negotiations must be free and mutually acceptable. I also believe that resolving the Cyprus and Marash-Varosha issues requires genuine commitment and equal goodwill from both sides to find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Konstantinos Evstathiou is next.
Mr. President. Το 1974 η Τουρκία εισέβαλε στην Κύπρο.
In 1974, Turkey invaded Cyprus, and with the exception of the 1956 invasion of Hungary by the USSR and Prague in 1968, Europe had not encountered such an invasion since the Second World War. 48 years later, Europe has once again experienced a flagrant violation of international law in the form of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. 50 years have gone past since the Turkish invasion, half a century, during which period we have seen helplessly the erasure of cultural heritage, ethnic cleansing. This is one of the most ancient cultures in Europe, and we've seen the distortion of history. But the subject of our debate today does not focus on the invasion nor on the occupation of 40% of Serbian territory by Turkey. What we are discussing today is to draw attention to the fact that of the international community, the fact that the territory of Famagusta, pursuant to UN resolutions and court judgments, should be returned to its owner. I have set this out in introduction because the very clear request that Famagusta should be given back to its legitimate owners has been turned into something else very deftly by Turkey. Deliberate efforts to complicate the situation, to cover up the situation and to turn this into some kind of clash between Turkish and Greek Cypriots. Mr. Pasino's report has set out has addressed the questions of the arguments and has left aside who lies behind this. I could talk about the Turkish pretext for the invasion. There are all kinds of things. Anyone who invades has their own excuse for doing so. And one has to look at what Nazi Germany used to say. What about Putin and the invasion of Ukraine? What about the Sudetes, Hitler's invasion of the Sudetenland? In all of these cases, it is always the fault of the victim. In the case of Famagusta, the question is absolutely clear. We're talking about a request for the immediate return of property to owners and not any other step. There is no excuse for not returning Famagusta to its inhabitants. Pursuant to negotiations, this return is not conditional upon anything or the illegal de facto functioning of the situation in the island at the moment, visa and the Cypriot question generally. I call upon you to vote in favour of this resolution, even though I'm not in favour with all the points, as there are some technical issues which I think are raised rather pointlessly in the report. But I will vote in favour of the report because it is absolutely obvious that the property of Famagusta should immediately be returned, because Cyprus is one people, one state, and there should be no division into a Greek and Turkish part.
Going on with Mehmet Agalin.
First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Fasino for the report on this complex issue. I would also like to add a few comments that I believe have been omitted regarding the history of Cyprus' situation. The problem in Cyprus is a deeply rooted issue with the significant historical grievances and geographical implications. It is impossible to draw accurate conclusions and offer solutions to this long-standing problem without first having a deep knowledge of the history of Cyprus. The historical reality shows that the two communities lived peacefully and respecting one another in the island for nearly 350 years, until the involvement and the intervention of the British government in 1914, causing social unrest and suffering. The report, however, only refers to the events starting from the 1960s. Paragraph 14 of the explanatory memorandum refers to the 1960s events as intercommunal clashes or violence. But the reality of the matter was that from 1963 to 1974, armed attacks were carried out against the Turkish Cypriots, resulting in hundreds of deaths. The expulsion of Turkish Cypriots from partnership state organs, institutions, and their homes. This was acknowledged and described by the UN Secretary General as a veritable siege. Turkish intervention was in accordance with the Article 4 of the Guarantee Treaty of 1960. Unfortunately, the term used in the report, invasion and occupation, are politically chosen. The main Cyprus problem lies in the attitude and the position of the Greek Cypriots, insisting on exclusively ownership of the island and rejecting the sharing of power and resources with co-owners of the island, Turkish Cypriots. As a reflection of this perspective, with the self-confidence of this unfair situation throughout history, as mentioned in the report, Greek Cypriots have rejected all proposed solutions, opting for a non-solution stance. As such, the UN plan, called Annan Plan in 2004, was a chance for solution, but was rejected by Greek Cypriots. They also walked out from the negotiation table in Crans-Montana in 2017. However, the Turkish Cypriots, who accepted the Annan Plan, have found themselves politically isolated. Today, they continue to suffer violation of their human rights through unjust and unilateral embargoes illegally imposed on them. We can only move forward when we acknowledge the Turkish Cypriot people have the right to equal sovereignty and the international status. All in all, considering all aspects of the problems, the property issues concerning Maraş represents only one dimension of the ongoing problems. Therefore, I believe that even if the property issues are resolved, if there is to be any hope for a peaceful future on the island, the Greek Cypriot side must contribute towards finding a fair and lasting solution together with the Turkish Cypriots to the Cyprus problem, and stop holding the European Union to ransom in order to reach its unreasonable goal of implications. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akalin. Dimitrios Matzos is next.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me extend my warmest congratulations to the rapporteur, Mr. Piero Fassino, for his meticulous work over the course of no less than 4 years and his in-depth and objective analysis of such a delicate issue. This resolution urges us to revisit one of the last deep scars that the 20th century left on the tortured body of Europe. The Varosha issue is not a minor case, irrelevant to the Cyprus problem. On the contrary, it constitutes a vital part of it. 2024 is a landmark year. It marks 50 years, half a century, of the illegal occupation of the northern part of Cyprus by the Turkish military forces following the invasion of 1974. The series of events where we can only trace back the roots of the Varosha case and numerous more similar cases, not only in terms of properties that should rightly, indeed, return to their lawful inhabitants of these areas, but also on the grounds of the international law protecting the integrity and sovereignty of states and the relevant resolutions of the United Nations on Cyprus. We cannot close our eyes to the fact that among us we have one divided country with the last divided European capital, Nicosia, especially here, in this very institution, the Council of Europe, that has taken a clear and unequivocal stance, and rightly so, in the face of Russian aggression against Ukraine through invasion and annexation of its territories. This Assembly cannot tolerate the occupation of northern Cyprus, the creation of a non-recognized pseudo-state, the unilateral fait accompli efforts, the settlement schemes, the denial to comply with the European Court of Human Rights decisions. These facts serve as the strongest proof that 1974 was not an intervention, but rather an invasion in the first place. Dear colleagues, we have to bear in mind that behind every word of this resolution there lie persons and families that lost homes and relatives and friends during that tragic summer. They seek justice. This is not a matter of revenge or vindication, no. It is a matter of justice. It is a matter of proof that this is the strongest guarantee that after 50 years, Cyprus can actually be reunited on the basis of the international law and the historical truth, that the Republic of Cyprus can be actually, yes, an independent, sovereign state, free as a whole, nor as a de facto divided island, neither as a legally partitioned land of two states. Only then will the problem leave its place to the peaceful coexistence of all citizens, no matter their national background or their religion, from the southernmost to the northernmost part of Cyprus. Thank you.
Armagan Kandan is next. Let me repeat once again the procedure. We have to insert our badge. Then we press the button only once. Wait for 2 seconds, and then we speak.
Do you hear me? Yes, now, thank you. Sorry for that. Dear colleagues, the report and the resolution that we are discussing here today is focusing on Varosha issue. In fact, the Cyprus issue has many different aspects that need to be addressed, such as isolation of Turkish Cypriots regarding trade, transport, education, communication, travel, sports, and so on. In this regard, it is high time to focus on the comprehensive solution of the Cyprus problem rather than just focusing on Varosha. UN Secretary General Mr. Guterres recently appointed a personal envoy with the aim of resuming the negotiations for the political solution of the Cyprus problem. All concerned parties, including the Council of Europe and the PACE, should try to help the UN Secretary General at his efforts and to the two Cypriot sides to find a solution to the long-lasting Cyprus conflict. In the meantime, recent process of rapprochement and the progress seen in good neighborly relations between Turkey and Greece is very important, not only for those two countries, but also for Cyprus and the whole region. What we need in the East Mediterranean is cooperation and stability. And the key for this is reaching a solution of the Cyprus problem. Exploitation of the natural gas resources that are found around the island of Cyprus provides a very important area of cooperation among Turkish and Greek Cypriots, as well as surrounding countries. It is important to focus on possible areas of cooperation with the aim of preparing a better future for our next generations. We should be able to learn from our past mistakes, so to build our common peaceful future. The report also talks about the Immovable Property Commission. The Immovable Property Commission was set up by the Turkish Cypriot authorities in 2005 in accordance with the rulings of the European Court of Human Rights in the case of Zenides Arestis versus Turkey. The purpose of this measure was to establish an effective domestic remedy for claims relating to properties in northern Cyprus. The IPC has been working effectively, and the ECHR decisions acknowledges this fact. It should be noted that had the Greek Cypriots accepted the UN settlement plan that was put on simultaneous referenda back in 2004, Greek Cypriots were going to be living in their properties in Varosha for 20 years by now. As it stands now, Varosha issue should be taken as a part of confidence-building package deal for the benefit of both communities.
Thank you, Armagan.
That would help rapprochement between the two Cypriot parties. Otherwise, it would be handled within a comprehensive settlement. I want to see a Varosha as a last word, where Greek and Turkish Cypriots live, work, and coexist together. Thank you.
Konur Alp-Koçak is next.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, I would like to start by correcting one serious misconception. The intervention of Turkey in 1974 is, in fact, the consequence, not the cause of the Cyprus problem. It is an undeniable fact that Turkish Cypriots were subject to severe human rights violations and even massacres until Turkey's intervention took place. The tragedy of the Turkish community started much earlier, in 1955, when a terrorist organization, EOK, launched a bloody terror campaign with a view to uniting the island with Greece. Nonetheless, Turkish and Greek Cypriots were able to compromise and reach an agreement to establish a partnership republic in 1960, which recognized the political equality of both sides as the co-founding partners. However, ambitious of unifying the island with Greece and converting the bicommunal federation into a purely Greek Cypriot state, Greek Cypriot leadership did not refrain from destroying the internationally agreed constitutional order in 1963. Hence, it soon became clear that federation was not a viable solution. But today, there is a totally different reality in the island. There are two distinct nations, two fully fledged states, and two well-functioning democracies. As a result, it would be wise to acknowledge that two-state solution is the only option available for lasting peace and stability in the island. I firmly believe that it is time to think outside the box. We should give chance to fresh ideas and new proposals instead of repeating the same old mistakes. We should recognize the fact that urging both sides for a bicommunal federation, which has been negotiated for 60 years and has proven unsuccessful, is nothing but waste of time. Therefore, recognition of the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus and ending all forms of isolation imposed on the Turkish Cypriots will definitely be a step forward for comprehensive settlement of the issue. Finally, I would like to underline that opening of Maraş makes it possible for the previous inhabitants to claim their property rights. And I would like to remind you that the Immovable Property Commission, which is recognized as an effective domestic remedy for such claims by the European Court of Human Rights, is at the disposal of the Greek Cypriots who are willing to exercise their property rights. Thank you.
Claude Kern is next.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, President. Dear colleagues, let's take a step back here. First of all, I would like to thank our colleague, Piero Fassino, who's done remarkable work. He's really been a wordsmith on an issue that is very sensitive. For 50 years now, Cyprus has been divided in two. There's a Turkish part in the north, a Greek part in the south. Following the first conflict in 1963, the report tabled by our colleague does talk about the concatenation of events. 1974, the coup by the military dictatorship in Greece, which wanted to turn Cyprus into an enosis with Greece, and also military intervention on the part of Turkey subsequently, under Article 4 of the Treaty of Guarantee of 1960. All of these issues were debated this morning in the Political Affairs Committee. This partition and the events of 1974 are painful, very painful for both sides. And indeed, the discussions that we had this morning testify to that. We looked on that occasion at the amendments that will be discussed by the plenary in a moment. Following the failure of the Annan Plan in 2004, it's been very difficult to kickstart negotiations again. Energy issues, particularly with the discovery in 2014 of oil resources off the shores of Cyprus, have really made the situation even more complicated, and Turkey is opposed to any decision by the Republic of Cyprus to use or to try and drill for this oil in its exclusive economic zone. So negotiations are blocked, and as a consequence, Turkey and Turkish Cypriots are now pleading for a two-state solution. And yet, UN resolutions, as well as Greek Cypriots, would still like to support a bi-zonal, bi-communal federation with equal constituent states. This proposal is also supported by the EU and by the Council of Europe. I don't think we should give up on that option. Varosha, which is a district of the city of Famagusta, was closed off by the Turkish army and expelled the legitimate lawful residents of that city, and is really a symbol of a crisis of 1974, one of the saddest. We've had UN Security Council resolutions asking for this territory to be placed under UN control, but it never happened. And even worse, President Erdogan and the president of the Turkish Cypriot community have decided unilaterally to open up the district of Varosha to civilian visitors. Now, I'm very pleased that people have spoken out against this. It's a radical measure and it seeks to endorse a two-state solution. We also had a long debate this morning about the Immovable Property Commission, which has been recognised by the European Court of Human Rights as an effective domestic remedy for Turkey, and it could be offered to Greek Cypriots, those who have been forced to leave their properties in the northern part of the island. And I've seen to what extent there is a divergence in approach between Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots vis-à-vis this commission. I mean, most of the Greek Cypriots, who are lawful inhabitants of Varosha, refuse to use this mechanism because they feel that it actually endorses a recognition of the Turkish Cypriot Authority in a part of the island. I'm also actually very moved to see that 50 years later, after these events, the inhabitants of Famagusta continue to elect a municipal council in exile, and that this works together with the elected Turkish Cypriot members to try and work on common projects. The Council of Europe should support such initiatives because it is beneficial to all parties concerned. Thank you.
Kasimatis next.
Ευχαριστώ, κύριε Πρόεδρε. Αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, θα ήθελα να χαιρετήσω την πρωτοβουλία.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, I would start by welcoming the initiative behind this resolution and Mr. Fassino's attempt to be fair. The request that Varosha should be returned to its legitimate owners is an entirely fair one. Since the invasion by Turkish forces, representatives of the Turkish Cypriot community have continued to be provocative, and as a member of this parliamentary assembly and as a woman defending the values of the rule of law and democracy and human rights, it is my right to tackle the Cypriot issue, which for others is considered to be a Turkish issue. I am entitled to say that this is a result of the Turkish invasion more than 50 years ago, and which continues to occupy more than a third of a member state of the European Union. This is a vital issue of a major dimension because the Cypriot question needs to be resolved. The occupied party of Cyprus must be freed, and the property of Varosha must be returned to its legitimate owners. We are not resigned to the status quo. We cannot put up with double standards in this respect. For instance, we haven't done so when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In addition, from the historical point of view, the July 1974 coup d'etat, prompted by the colonels in Greek, with the United States behind them, involved the Republic of Greece. But Turkey claims vis-à-vis Cyprus that it had recourse to the right to intervene, but under the 1960 agreement between Cyprus and the United Kingdom, there is no provision for a military intervention, because that would be a violation of Article 2.4 on the non-use of force. In addition, Turkey invaded Cyprus and continues to occupy 1/3 of Cyprus territory, and this does not lead to a return to the situation under the agreement. In pursuant to this agreement, the occupation is therefore illegal, and we therefore must ensure that Varosha is returned to its owners in order to honour the memory of those who lost their lives.
Back to the Republic of Cyprus's independence. Canada and Cyprus have maintained diplomatic relations. Significantly, Canada has been a part of the United Nations peacekeeping force in Cyprus for almost as long. Since that mission's establishment, over 25,000 Canadians have served as peacekeepers in Cyprus. 28 Canadians, unfortunately, have given their lives there. 60 years later, Canada continues to contribute to the United Nations peacekeeping mission, including at the leadership level. We are proud that both the current and former Special Representative of the United Nations Secretary General in Cyprus and head of the mission have been from Canada. Canada has also donated to the Committee of Missing Persons in Cyprus, a bicommunal body that seeks to recover, identify, and return to their families the remains of persons who went missing during the conflicts. Recently, Canada has cooperated with Cyprus on the International Maritime Corridor to bring humanitarian assistance to Gaza. We commend the government of Cyprus for its efforts in this regard. Canada continues to be committed to a peaceful solution to the situation in Cyprus. On a recent visit to the island in May 2024, Canada's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Melanie Joly, expressed our commitment to advancing political dialogue to support reunification. Canada supports the United Nations Security Council resolutions in favor of a bicommunal, bizonal federation, and we underline the need for the solution to the Cyprus problem to be designed and implemented by the people of Cyprus. In this context, I wanted to express my concern about recent actions that impede the progress of negotiations, including the announcements made since October 2020 by Turkish and Turkish Cypriot leaders regarding the opening of Varosha. As a member of the Commonwealth, Canada has condemned these announcements and regrets any related actions which run contrary to the United Nations Security Council resolutions and presidential statements on Varosha. At the time of heightened tensions, I want to thank Rapporteur Fassino for his thorough and illuminating report on the situation in Varosha. His report brings clarity to the situation, not least by laying out the stances of each of the relevant parties using testimony gleaned from his own in-depth fact-finding visits. It is my hope that this report can facilitate a renewal of the negotiations between Greek and Turkish Cypriots. It is my hope, and as stated in the draft resolution, that the Assembly calls upon Greek, Turkey, and the UK as guarantor powers, and all the members of the United Nations Security Council to cooperate for a solution of the Cyprus problem in accordance with the pertinent UN Security Council. For that reason, I will be listening keenly to what my colleagues from Cyprus have to say today. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Seda Geren-Belek is next.
C'est bon?
Thank you, President. President, dear colleagues, it's important to start by underlining that the Greek Cypriot Party did not give the 1960 Republic a chance to survive as intended. It excluded Turkish Cypriots excluded them from state institutions, isolated them, denied their existence, and there was an attempt to unify with Greece, the Enosis. Peaceful life with Turkish and Greek Cypriots in the island was undermined and indeed destroyed because of this attempt to achieve enosis. And then because of violations of the 1960 constitution by the Republic of Turkey and the massacre of Turkish Cypriots. The peace operation in 1974 was pursuant to Article 4 of the 1960 treaty in order to put an end to the oppression of Turkish Cypriots, their persecution and indeed their massacre by Greeks, to put an end to the difficult situation on the island and to bring back peace to the island. This was based on legal foundations and it is not an occupation. Therefore, the Cypriot conflict and negotiations that have been going for more than 50 years now have not succeeded in achieving a solution. Unfortunately, the Greek Cypriot party has not demonstrated the necessary political will to resolve this conflict on the basis of an equal federation, which would be fair and in two zones. Negotiations led by Kofi Annan in April 2004 rejected by the Greek Cypriots. The former Greek Cypriot Foreign Affairs Minister, Mr. Rolandis, said that it is the Greek Cypriot party that has refused UN attempts to settle the situation 15 times. For decades, Marash has had a status which has not been in the interest of any other. That is a military status. In July 2021, the government of the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus lifted the military status of a pilot zone in Marash. The aim of this decision, and that is in the interest of all people in the island, is to allow the IPC, the Property Commission, to deal with requests for return. This commission was set up by the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus authorities in 2005 in order to look at requests for return of property by the Greek Cypriot community. And this is something that has been recognized by our court, in particular in the Demopoulos affair case in 2010. As already mentioned, the number of requests to this commission dealing with the particular zone of Marash has constantly increased. 280 in 2022, 410 in 2021, 515 in 2021. 41 of these deal with the former military zone, where the status of the zone has been changed. But the Greek Cypriot party is seeking to present these developments as an opening of Marash to undermine the property rights of previous owners. The Turkish Cypriots, who are in charge of this, are doing everything they can to ensure that property rights are respected. This is on the basis of information, and it is clear that the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus has always tried to deal with these issues in a fair way, and the natural rights of Turkish Cypriots should be reasserted, and the solution of two states should be looked at on the basis of historical reality. Thank you.
Mr. Alexis Tsipras is next. It is not because we are political opponents with Mr. Tsipras in Greece. It's not my fault. Let's wait for a while.
So there is a sabotage, Mr. President. It's clear.
Thank you very much, President. I would like to thank Mr. Fassino, Piero, for the excellent work that you've done with regard to this particular resolution. It is an important resolution. We don't agree with all of the issues that are raised here and the way it's placed, but an effort is being made in the Council of Europe to move forward with convergence, with understanding, with finding common ground. This particular resolution is important at this ever so critical moment, because it shows us that we have to support all efforts to reinitiate all efforts for a just solution, sustainable solution as well, on the basis of a bizonal, bicommunal state, single federal entity, as stated in UN resolutions for all Cypriot people, Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots alike. And you all know that we indeed fought for this. And we were very close to this particular solution in the course of my in the course of the period that I was Prime Minister in Greece. Numerous different progressive forces have fought for this in the region. This is a major issue. It is absolutely imperative for stability and peace in our region, for stability and peace in the Aegean and in the Middle East and in the Eastern Mediterranean. Half a century has passed since the division of Cyprus. I was born a few days after the Turkish invasion, after the orchestrated coup d'etat, but that doesn't mean that we ought to consider the results of this division as a fait accompli as the years pass. These 50 years, indeed, but we ought not take this as a given that it will continue into the future. I see the message that's being delivered by all. It is a message which implies that we are, well, a message particularly after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that we will not accept the results of such an invasion. And I think it is the same message that we ought to deliver as concerns Cyprus. No matter how many years pass, we cannot accept a divided, unoccupied Cyprus, and we will fight for the country not to be divided into two states and not for a future of division. This has to be put aside, but for the reunification of the island without guarantees, without occupying forces, just as we tried to do in 2017 at Grasmontana. So Turkey is invited to adhere to 50/50 and 50/89 of the United Nations so that the city of Varosha can once again be returned to its inhabitants. Of course, here we cannot resolve the Cyprus issue, but we want to help the citizens in the future so that they can call for their vested rights to be granted upon the principles of international justice, so that this can be reality and so that both communities can live in harmony. Thank you.
Speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I call now Mr. Fassino, rapporteur, to reply. Mr. Fassino, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, President, and I'd like to thank all that have taken the floor. I say the following. I think we have 50 years of division. The reasons for this particular crisis are multiple in nature. There are responsibilities. The responsibility lies on both sides. But I don't think we ought to resign ourselves to considering this particular division as something which is irreversible, because I do feel that it is possible still to work together for reunification of the island. I would like to underline to my Turkish friends and colleagues here that some have said that the solution lies in two states. But the proposal of federation, bicommunal, bizonal, recognizes both forces, both possibilities of self-governance of the two constituent communities on the island. So the federation, it will be federation as a legal entity, a single, however, citizenship for all Cypriots, but the powers indeed are transferred to the two communities and to the various institutions of the two communities. So why not? Why, rather, insist on the two-state solution when it is possible to have a single island, a federal state, with great respect indeed for the two communities and for the possibility of self-governance to be there, with all of the implements, with all that is necessary for that to take place in order to facilitate the daily lives of citizens. So I do feel that this particular resolution and the idea behind it of non-division and the possibility of reunification, a just reunification. I do insist on it. I do feel that it's absolutely key here for the sustainability of the situation, for a viable solution to the problems on the island. When I speaking with people from NGOs on Cyprus, with people from the academic community, civil society, on both sides of the island, there was great openness to the idea of unity, much greater openness to unity than there is among the political authorities on the island, the governments there. So Cyprus is a living society, a living entity, and everybody wants to live there. The people there want coexistence, living together on a united island. So I do hope that the political forces on Cyprus, those who are responsible in the political sense, on both sides of the line, that they will work together in order to meet the demands and the needs of NGOs, civil society, the academic community, and the man on the street, and work together to create a united island. Thank you.
The committee wishes to speak. Mrs. Elisabetta Gardini. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulate our rapporteur and my compatriot, Mr. Piero Fassino, for his tireless efforts towards producing a fair and objective report on this very difficult topic. In fact, Cyprus has been divided for several decades now. Varosha, a fenced-off area of the city of Famagosta, is a very symbol of this divide. Its residents had to flee it overnight 50 years ago. And still, those who fled and their descendants wish to return to their city and regain the properties that they had to abandon. This is the original meaning of the motion. However, the case of Varosha is only a part of a broader picture. The rapporteur has presented as much as he could the extremely diverging positions of the parties involved and the difficulties that lie on the path towards reconciliation. However, the main thrust of the draft resolution, which is in front of us today, is focused on the future, not the past. The resolution calls upon all parties involved to contribute to the swift resumption of the political process on a comprehensive settlement of the Cyprus problem, and to refrain from any unilateral steps or public statements that could undermine the prospects for it. As Varosha has a highly symbolic importance for the Greek Cypriots, the draft resolution stresses that returning Varosha to its lawful inhabitants would constitute a strong, positive contribution towards reaching a comprehensive settlement. As politicians, we all know how much the words count. That is why there have been a whole lot of amendments presented by both sides involved. First, at the meeting of the committee in Oslo 4 weeks ago, and this week. In an attempt to reach as much compromise as possible, the rapporteur has presented a series of sub-amendments which were adopted by a large majority in the committee this morning. I encourage all colleagues to support them. Finally, on behalf of the committee, I call on all of you to support the resolution, and we hope that the ongoing efforts of the UN good offices will bear fruit, and that we will see Cyprus reunited for the benefit of all Cypriots. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisabetta. Dear colleagues, the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy has presented the draft resolution to which 9 amendments have been tabled. They will be taken in the order in which they appear in the compendium. I remind you that speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. And now I call Mr. George Lukaidis to support amendment number 1. You have 30 seconds.
this amendment, with this amendment, we want to replace the word, the action of Turkey with the word invasion of Turkey in Cyprus, as it is described with this term in the explanatory memorandum of Mr. Fassino, but also in a previous recommendation of this organization of the PACE. Why we ask this? Time's off? Okay, sorry.
Okay, you've made your point. Who is against? Who wants to speak against?
Actually, it should not be included because there is a resolution in 1974, resolution number 573, which was taken at PACE on 29 July 1974, expressly recognizing Turkey had exercised its right of intervention in accordance with the Article 4 of the Guarantee Treaty of 1960. So the PACE had already taken a resolution.
Thank you. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendments? In favor,
by a large majority.
I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 1 is agreed. I call now Mr. Konur Alpkocek to support Amendment 6. You have 30 seconds.
As everyone knows, it's a historical fact that Turkish military intervention was necessitated after the coup d'etat, and Turkey intervened under Article 4 of the Guarantee Treaty of 1960. After some consultations with the other guarantors, Turkey felt it is necessary to intervene, and this way of presentation will be will reflect the truth.
Thank you. I've been informed that Mr. Fassino wishes to propose a sub-amendment. You have 30 seconds. Mr. Fassino.
Monsieur le Président.
President, I'd like to suggest that we replace the words in the framework of with the following words, or replace under Article 4 with the words under the pretext of Article 4. That's the sub-amendment that I'd like to table, please.
Wish to speak against the sub-amendment?
Law against the Constitution, plus against the resolution which had already been taken at PACE. The PACE resolution is clear. So therefore, I kindly remind you, and if this decision is accepted, we are going to contradict ourselves. Invasion word had never been used. It's the official word is intervention, and Mr. Fassino had emphasized this in his report. That
what is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment, Mr. Kotsak? Yes. Dear colleagues, as you have noticed, while we were debating, I let all colleagues to speak at least 30 seconds over. I will not be tolerant now. We will speak 30 seconds strictly. Mr. Kotsak.
of under the pretext of phrase is not we expected, which we don't agree, because under the pretext will mean that it is not as if it sounds that as if it is not in pursuant to the treaty guarantee of 1960, but in reality it was a right exercised in accordance with
the
this.
The committee is obviously in favor. I will now put the sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The sub-amendment is accepted. We will now consider the main amendment as amended. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as amended? What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment as amended, Mrs. Gardini? In favor by large majority. Okay, I will have to repeat it because of the mic. I shall now put Amendment 6 as amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 6 as amended is agreed. I call Mr. George Loukaides to support Amendment 2. You have 30 seconds.
Sorry.
Time is over, George.
Sorry. Amendment, I lost it. With this amendment, we just try to show in a more accurate way the events of both 1963-64 and the events following with the invasion of Turkey in August 1974.
I've been informed that Mr. Fassino wishes to propose a sub-amendment. Mr. Fassino, you have the floor for 30 seconds.
Sì, signor Presidente. Propongo che sia sostituita.
So we are to substitute the 7th line of the amendment. The Turkish invasion would be substituted with the military intervention, Turkish military intervention. That substitution in the 7th line.
Does anyone wish to speak against the sub-amendment? What is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment, Mr. Loukaides? You have no problem with the amendment. The committee is obviously in favor. I will now put the sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open.
Abstain, yes.
The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Sub-amendment is agreed. You will now consider the main amendment as amended. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as amended? Mr. Hadjipoglou.
Well, we have to clarify one issue. 1974 Turkey intervention is the consequence of what happened in the past. What happened in the past that Greece, in order to achieve the enosis, unification of island to Greece, Turkey had prevented. So 1974 was the consequence of what the Greek Cypriots did to Turkish Cypriots in the past.
What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment as amended? Mrs. Gardini.
In favor by a large majority.
I shall now put Amendment 2 as amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 2 as amended is agreed. I call Mr. Konur Alp-Kocak to support Amendment 7. You have 30 seconds.
Says the IPC set up by Turkey, but as you know, the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus is a sovereign independent state, and Turkey has no right to establish a governmental institution in another state. And as acknowledged by the European Court of Human Rights decision, it was set up or established by the TRNC authorities. So we would like to correct this factual mistake. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Mr. Loukaides, 30 seconds.
Such a state. So-called TRNC is an illegal entity not recognized by any state in the world except Turkey. And there was no way that the European Court of Human Rights could have recognized directly or indirectly the so-called TRNC. The Court of Human Rights clearly considers that the IPC as Turkey's domestic remedy. That's why we should reject this amendment.
What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment?
The opinion of the committee is against.
I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 7 is rejected. I call Mrs. Sandra Zamba to support Amendment 5. You have 30 seconds.
No.
Have you inserted your card? Have you inserted your card? Okay, just insert the card and press it only once, please. Only once. Can you please change the seat?
It's red now. Oh. Okay, now it's work. So noi riteniamo che vada.
We support this particular amendment, which has been discussed at length. And, of course, there is a legal reason behind it of a complex nature.
Against the amendment? Yes, Mr. Hadjipoglou.
Mr. President, again, if we accept this amendment, we are going to contradict with the European Court of Human Rights decision. I'm just referring a case called Xenides Arestis case, which says that Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus authorities, and Demopoulos case, Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus authorities enacted a law called 67/2005 as a relevant domestic law. So this is a reference in the European Court of Human Rights decision.
What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment?
La Commissione.
In favor by a large majority.
I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 5 is agreed. I call for Mr. Konural Kotsak to support Amendment 8. You have 30 seconds.
This amendment, we are providing some concrete official data from the IPC, and it says in most cases to date, the IPC has ruled for compensation, which is quite normal because only 3.5% of the applications to the IPC claimed restitution, while the rest of them opted for compensation. So this concrete data will clarify why the situation is that. Thank you.
I've been informed that Mr. Fassino wishes to propose a sub-amendment. Mr. Fassino, you have the floor for 30 seconds.
Sì. No, il mio
Well, with regard to this amendment, there's a reference to a series of figures which could change in the course of time on a regular basis. Next week, these particular figures would be different because with time, these figures will change simply. So for that particular reason, what I would propose is to delete the central part of this amendment where there's indication of these particular figures, which may change, but at the same time retain the first part and the second and the third part, rather. Just get rid of the middle of it because those figures will fluctuate, will change.
What is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment, Mr. Kotsak? You said that you will abstain?
Yes.
Okay. The committee is obviously in favor. I will now put the sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open.
Abstain.
The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Sub-amendment is agreed. We will now consider the main amendment as amended. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as amended? No. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment as amended? Mrs. Gardini?
The opinion of the committee is in favor by a large majority.
I shall now put Amendment 8 as amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 8 as amended is agreed. I understand that Mr. Francesco Verducci wishes to withdraw Amendment 4. Does anyone else wish to move it? Amendment 4 is withdrawn. I call now Mr. George Loukaides to support Amendment 3. You have 30 seconds.
Mr. Chair, The reference, dear colleagues, to the so-called isolation is used by partitionists on the Turkish side, both in Turkey and the Turkish Cypriot community, to promote the recognition of the pseudo-state. Therefore, any reference to isolation, if there is any, it is self-inflicted and the result of the ongoing Turkish occupation. This is why any confident built-in measures should be done in accordance with international law. And this is the proposal, to include in accordance with international law.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? We cannot hear you. Have you pressed the button? Just once, please, and wait.
Yep, okay. What I would like to say, why we oppose it to it, because isolations are against Turkish Cypriots at the moment, because although we supported all the unification plans, unfortunately we are the ones who are being penalized. No direct flights, no direct trade, no sports relations. Turkish Cypriots had never made a mistake to international community, but unfortunately we are here only discussing a specific problem of Greek Cypriot property rights. What happened to Turkish Cypriot rights?
What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment? The committee, I repeat, Mrs. Gardini, you said that the committee is in favor by a large majority. Okay, I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 3 is agreed. I call Mr. Konur Alp Kotsak to support Amendment 9. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. It says overcoming isolation, but it doesn't say who is under isolation. It's a vague statement. So we are trying to clarify that it is the Turkish Cypriots who are under isolation. So this is the main motivation of our amendment proposal. Thank you.
I've been informed that Mr. Fassino wishes to propose a sub-amendment. Mr. Fassino, you have the floor.
Yes. Sharing the essence of the amendment proposed by the Turkish delegation, I would propose two small modifications. First of all, getting rid of the two words all forms, and getting rid of the word imposed. So the isolation of Turkish Cypriots. So there's recognition that it's isolation of a form, but we get rid of this imposed element that's in there. Thank you.
Amendment. Mr. Stathio, you have the floor for 30 seconds.
Okay, there is no isolation of Turkish Cypriots. What is really happening in Cyprus is that the Turkish Cypriots are prevented by the Turkish army of using the ports and the airports of the Republic of Cyprus. The isolation is for the Cyprus authorities. Well, the ports and the airports of Turkey do not accept the Cyprus ports and airports. So there is no isolation.
What is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment, Mr. Kotsak?
Requested in its resolution number 1376 in 2004 that Turkish Cypriots international isolation must cease. So for the sake of conformity, consistency with our previous resolutions, I think we should keep as we proposed. Thank you.
The committee is obviously in favor. I will now put the sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Sub-amendment is agreed. We now will consider the main amendment as amended. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as amended? No? What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment as amended? Mrs. Gardini?
It's in favor by a large majority.
Thank you. I shall now put Amendment 9 as amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 9 as amended is agreed. We will now consider the main amendment as amended. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as amended? What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment as amended? Mr. Zingeris is not here. Mrs. Gardini? In favor, you said. I shall now put Amendment 9 as amended to the vote. The vote is open. Okay.
What is this?
So, after this noise, we will now proceed to the vote on the draft resolution contained in document 1604 as amended. A simple majority is required. The vote is open. Okay, there is a technical problem. Please be patient. I'm going to come back when it is solved. So the vote is open, is still open. Yes, for the draft. I repeat. We vote for the draft resolution contained in document 16004 as amended. The simple majority is required. So let's start voting, or let's continue voting for those who hasn't voted yet. I see that most of the parliamentarians had already voted. So the vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft resolution in document 16004 is, as amended, is adopted. Dear colleagues, the next item of business this afternoon is the debate on the report titled Post-Conflict Time, Defusing Ticking Time Bombs for a Safe Return of Displaced Populations. It is the document 15995, authored by Mr. Domagoj Hadzukovic and presented by Mr. Oleksiy Goncharenko on behalf of the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons. In order to finish by 6 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 5:45 p.m. to allow time for the reply and the vote. Oleksiy, are you ready? I call Mr. Goncharenko, rapporteur. As you know, you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. When you are ready, you can start.
Just keep once. Just once. Just wait. No, not twice.
Hello? Hello? Yes, it works. Dear colleagues, thank you very much. Yes, yesterday here were Olympic flame. Today Zeus, the Thunder Master, is sending greetings to us. So it means a lot, I think. And now we're moving to a very important debate. Post-conflict time, defusing ticking time bombs for a safe return of displaced populations. And I want to tell you, dear colleagues, that this report was crafted, prepared by Mr. Domagoj Hajdukovic, our former colleague, which I hope will be welcomed back soon in our assembly. But because he couldn't present it now to you after the elections in Croatia, that's why I will finish his job just for presenting this report to you today. I just want to tell you one fact which struck me, and I think will strike you. You know, just several days ago, we honored the 80th anniversary of D-Day. France, the general, the free world. But after 80 years, near 15% of munition from the Second World War is still undetonated and hidden in French soil. Just imagine, after 80 years. And that makes why this report is so important. Mr. Hajdukovic was very interested in this topic because he is from Croatia, and after 33 years after the Yugoslavia war, in former Yugoslavia, still demining operation in Croatia and other countries continued. And what can I say about my native country, Ukraine, which is still under attack with the daily bombings from Russian troops during the Russian war of aggression. When you heard thunder now, I heard the missile attack, the bombing, because like millions of Ukrainians, we are traumatized with this. And that says to us that myriad of landmines plugged the occupied territories of Ukraine. That makes it so important for us. Unfortunately, 21st century became the time of resurgence of big war on European lands. And that means that millions of shells, landmines, and unexploded weapons are leaving their lasting mark on the continent's soil and water for decades ahead. What is now a visible threat in my country will evolve into invisible danger that persists for generations, such as in France, Germany, Balkans, in Caucasian region. My esteemed colleagues, this is the lasting heritage we leave to the coming generations. And this legacy poses two significant problems that have long-term consequences: the damages caused to civilians and the damages caused to the environment. Yes, civilians are victims of explosive weapons, especially in populated areas, and on the long term with deaths, injuries, and traumas. Mass forced migrations due to explosive weapons with aggravated consequences for women and children. At the end of June 2023, 110 million people worldwide forcibly were displaced from their homes due to persecution, conflict, violence, human rights violations, or events seriously disturbing public order, including almost 12 million of my fellow countrymen Ukrainians, half internally and half abroad. Explosive weapons, they have devastating consequences on cities and lands, on basic needs and essential services, and they have a detrimental effect on the environment for decades. As parliamentarians, our responsibility is to unite and convey a shared message. Let's encourage democracy, let's protect civilians who are too often collateral victims of conflicts. This draft resolution presented to you aims at proposing solutions. This is very important. We're not just speaking about the gravity of the situation. We are proposing the solutions to clear up territories of unexploded ordnance, protect civilians, promote sustainable return and reintegration of forcibly displaced persons. welcoming the start of the border delimitation process between Armenia and Azerbaijan, based on the 1991 Alma-Ata Declaration. We hope very much for sustainable peace in North Caucasus. That's very important. Only such empires like Russian Empire interested in continuation wars and in instability there. We want to see their peace. That's very important. Praising the newly established register of damage caused by the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. And I want to remind you that those who will suffer and are suffering from landmines and unexploded ordnance will be able to submit claims to the register, which is very important. Unfortunately, we're speaking about thousands of Ukrainians now. So taking all this into account, I just want to tell you that above all, the priority lies in ensuring the voluntary, safe, dignified and sustainable return of forcibly displaced populations after the end of hostilities. So, I just want to say you several things from our report. We recommend develop guidelines on recognizing unexploded ordnance, training sessions for authorities, such as law enforcement officials, how to react and protect civilians. It also recommends developing specialized emergency medical care and psychological support for victims of landmines. For a volunteer, safe and dignified return and reintegration of forcibly displaced persons, various solutions are proposed, such as covering the basic needs of these persons, reconstructing civilian infrastructure, and boosting job markets through incentives. Colleagues, crucial to involve the forcibly displaced persons themselves in order to ensure a successful return and reintegration of displaced people. Also, refraining from deploying explosive weapons in populated areas. So the last thing which I want to stress your attention in is that the draft resolution recalls the 2023 Reykjavik Declaration, and particularly the need to ensure human rights links to the protection of the environment. Our member states should implement such commitments by joining and fully implementing of United Nations Convention and other conventions and developing environmentally oriented demining policies. Dear colleagues, solutions largely depend on political willingness and on international cooperation. That's why we have an essential role of our Assembly in this respect. I sincerely appreciate your kind attention. I understand that it was a very busy week, and now on Thursday evening, those of you who are still here and working now with us, I just want to thank you very much for this, because this is a very important return, and I am looking forward to hear the debates, and I am asking your support of this essential draft resolution. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Goncharenko. We'll now start with speakers on behalf of political groups. And first, I call Mr. Kamelchuk on behalf of the EPP. You have 3 minutes.
Dear Chairman, honorable members of Parliamentary Assembly, I would like to thank our excellent rapporteur, Domagoj Hajdukovic. The use of explosive weapons in populated areas has significantly escalated forced displacement, causing severe civilian casualties, injuries and trauma, disproportionately affecting women and children. Despite international protections, the harsh reality persists, particularly highlighted in conflict zones like Ukraine. Immediate actions are required to address this crisis. The report calls on member states to restrict the use of explosive weapons in urban areas, clear landmines and unexploded ordnance, ensuring the safe, dignified and sustainable return of displaced populations. It advocates for involving affected communities in recovery efforts, providing essential services and pushing for a ban on explosive weapons in populated areas to foster peace and stability in Europe. Authorities must also prioritize the complex needs of returning displaced persons, including addressing trauma and ensuring areas are demined and safe for return, ensuring no refugees is forced back to dangerous conditions. To address forced displacement, policies must limit the use of explosive
weapons in populated areas, particularly those causing extensive area damage. The military should modify weapon designs to minimize collateral harm and adopt safer warfare tactics. States should also enforce regulation against wide-impact explosives and explore alternative methods as endorsed by the ICRC. Clearing landmines and unexploded ordnance demands cooperation between governments and military forces. States need to adhere to and enforce conventions against landmines and cluster munitions, focusing on environmental preservation during ordnance removal. Dunya Mijatovic highlighted the importance of raising public awareness and boosting international support for demining. Educational campaigns should inform civilians about the dangers of unexploded ordnance and train law enforcement to protect especially vulnerable populations. A state-led initiative as proposed by the UN should focus on political commitments to decrease the use of explosive weapons in populated areas, thereby protecting civilians and ensuring adherence to international humanitarian law. For voluntary reparation, especially in ethically diverse contexts, forming agreements between refugee and origin countries involving UNHCR, displaced populations, and civil society can assess the safety and voluntariness of returns. Member States should also adopt comprehensive measures to facilitate the safe and dignified return of displaced persons. The report aligns with the 2023 Reykjavik Declaration and the Council of Europe's priorities linking human rights and environmental protection, urging states to incorporate environmental consideration in post-conflict demining efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I next call Madam Vasilenko on behalf of ALDE.
Thank you, President. On behalf of the ALDE Group, I would like to thank the rapporteur for his extensive report, which brings up important issues such as immediate and long-term harm to civilians caused by explosive weapons, large-scale forced displacement resulting from the use of explosive weapons, damage to essential infrastructure, the economy and food security, long-term and cross-border environmental damage. The ALDE Group fully agrees with the recommendations of the report, and in particular that armed forces should avoid the use of explosive weapons in populated areas. Member States should develop concrete measures to facilitate the voluntary, safe, dignified and sustainable return and reintegration of forcibly displaced persons, and that states should develop awareness-raising campaigns on the behavior of civilian population vis-à-vis landmines and unexploded ordnances. As mentioned by the rapporteur, the topic of the resolution is especially relevant in the case of Ukraine, which continues to suffer the effects of Russia's aggression. With 1/3 of the country's territory covered in landmines and unexploded ordnances, Ukraine today is the most explosive contaminated country in the world. 174,000 square kilometers, which include woodland, fields, farmland, lakes, rivers, and the coastline and sea. Villages, towns, and cities are also no exception. In fact, explosives in urban areas pose the biggest problem. People are eager to return home the moment home is liberated and back under the Ukrainian flag. These very people are the immediate victims that are bound to step on landmines or touch the very dangerous souvenirs left by the Russian army. On a daily basis, local authorities publish stories of boys and girls being taken to emergency rooms because of shrapnel wounds and torn off limbs. Out of the 664 registered incidents involving explosive devices, 297 civilians died. At the rate demining is happening today, it is estimated that it will take between 30 and 40 years to make all of Ukraine safe again. This is too long in the world of modern technology and a vast knowledge base accumulated from conflicts past. To expedite the diffusion and clearance, we need to bring in more demining operators. Today, 42 companies have been certified and 53 more are undergoing registration in Ukraine. We need to bring up the number of qualified deminers to at least 10,000. We only have 3,500 at the moment. We need more equipment, more training, and more money to fund the operations. International partners have allocated $700 million for demining at the moment. The actual amount needed is $37 billion, a rather big difference if you ask me. But also an important task which requires a lot of effort on so many levels and on all our parts. Demining is yet another area where solidarity is needed for a long-lasting solution and a guaranteed safe return of millions of displaced persons to their homes. So let us continue advocating and petitioning for increased financial allocations, particularly to support the Halo Trust, MAG, and other international international and local demining organizations who are all involved and each of them much needed in the field. Let our work continue actively and never stall to make all parts of our Earth safe and secure for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call Mr. Gavan on behalf of the European left. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I want to begin by congratulating the rapporteur on an excellent piece of work and a very timely report. And I want to give particular mention to Mr. Hadjukovic, who was a fine member of this Assembly and a particularly active member of the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons. He deserves great credit for the work on this report. It may be important to point out that the key themes of this report apply to a number of conflicts, not just the consequences of the illegal war and occupation of Ukraine. There is understandably many references to the war in Ukraine, and rightly so. And this report has many fine recommendations as to how we can provide more support for displaced people from this conflict, and all of those should be supported. As the rapporteur points out, civilians in areas of war and occupation are heavily affected by explosive weapons. Nowhere is this more true than in Gaza, where the equivalent of 4 nuclear weapons the size of those dropped in Hiroshima have fallen within that narrow strip of land that measures just 25 miles long and 6 miles wide. In fact, Israel has dropped more than 70,000 tons of bombs on the Gaza Strip since last October, far surpassing all of the bombing of Dresden, Hamburg and London combined during World War II. This report calls upon member states to consider the best legal and practical solutions to tackle the use of explosive weapons and to facilitate the removal of landmines and unexploded ordnance. Of course, one key step that some member states could immediately implement would be to stop supplying those weapons of mass destruction to Israel in the first place. I'm speaking directly to members from Germany and Britain in particular here. But we must also call out the shameful role that the US in particular continues to play in the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Indeed, my only criticism of the draft resolution is that it really should refer to Gaza as well as Ukraine. It seems odd in the context of what's happening to have no reference to the ongoing genocide. It's as if this institution does not want to acknowledge what is going on in Gaza, which of course is exactly the case. The original call to ratify and fully implement anti-personnel landmines and anti-cluster munitions conventions is timely, especially given the prevalence of cluster munitions in these conflicts. I believe it is to be regretted that this call is to be watered down by an amendment later on. When we talk about displaced people, we must also remember the 100,000 human beings who have been ethnically cleansed from Nagorno-Karabakh. They have absolutely no prospect of return. The actions of the Azerbaijan regime ultimately led to the non-acceptance of the credentials of the Azerbaijan delegation to this assembly. I believe we need to see positive and credible proposals from Azerbaijan before this assembly rushes to welcome them back. To summarise, the United European Left fully subscribes to all of the recommendations in this report and warmly welcomes it.
Thank you very much. I now call on Mr. Frides on behalf of the Socialist Group. You have 3 minutes.
Merci, monsieur. Thank you very much indeed, Vice President. Conflicts cause horrors and destruction, but after the return of peace, the land and soil still bear the scars of the war. One of the best, worst examples of this is Verdun. There are unexploded ordnance, there are buried landmines, and sometimes there are small objects that look like toys, which trap children. Recovering land for daily living and cultivation represents a huge risk, with fatalities, amputations, and broken lives. We all have in our minds the images from Handicap International, which is an NGO which deals with giving lives back to people who've lost limbs, who've lost an arm, who've lost a leg. It's just appalling, really. In an ideal world, these appalling weapons should disappear. My colleague was talking before about the Convention against anti-land mines and cluster bombs, and there's a huge amount of work that still needs to be done here. The issue of mines for many years has represented a sort of Damocles for countries that have undergone war. It is important to organise systematic demining operations on the land that's concerned by this. It's a huge amount of work. Close to where we are, there was the former Yugoslavia. Tomorrow there's going to be Ukraine. Of course, Gaza as well will be concerned to We also had similar problems in Cambodia and in a large number of other countries in Africa. There are many means that can be put in place to combat this, and quite some progress has been made with regard to mine clearance. There could be proper plotting carried out of lands with people who will go through every square metre of the land. Of course, it's very dangerous and there are accidents that are caused, but now we do have mine clearance machines. They've been developed in certain countries and some of them can be exported to Ukraine. And we also have new technologies which can be used with the help of drones. Now, when we start on demining operations, it's something that takes years. In Mozambique, it took 10 to 20 years. In Ukraine and Gaza, this will take just as long. But these are essential activities that have to be carried out for the reconstruction and to provide help to the population. And this humanitarian demining is something that should be a priority for displaced persons to enable them to return to their homelands. It's going to cost a lot of money. In Ukraine, for instance, before we talked about scores of tens of millions of square meters. My country, Switzerland, has earmarked 100 million euros over 4 or 5 years for this. So this is essential to restore peace to an area that's undergone war, whether it be Ukraine or Gaza or elsewhere. And the best thing would be to no longer ever use these weapons. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. That concludes the list of speakers on behalf of political groups. So we'll now continue with the rest. In the debate, I call next Lord Griffiths. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, President and members. I, like others, want to pay my proper tribute to the composer, the compiler of this report, who has served the Assembly in general so well over such a long time. Domagoj Hajdukovic is going to be greatly missed, but his legacy is with us, and we are grateful. And I want to start also by saying that so many of the little points I wanted to make have been picked up adequately by others before me, but I do want to associate myself with Paul Gavin and his speech just a moment ago. And with 5 Ukrainian speakers in a short list, it's so important to recognize their proper concerns and to set them in the context of a much wider phenomenon which affects us all and which indeed the report, I think, picks up. I want to be a little bit personal, if I may. My daughter, who's here in Strasbourg with me at the moment, spent 10 years in Cambodia. And Southeast Asia suffered terribly during the Vietnam War of these sorts of munitions being dropped from aeroplanes, American aeroplanes in Laos and Vietnam and Cambodia. And she was a volunteer helping a lawyer to get sworn affidavits from young women who'd been rejected by the sex trade, the tourist sex trade in Thailand. And to do that, she had to go up into the mountains of Cambodia to get these personal testimonies. And she had, in the rainy season especially, to feel her way along the paths in case there were unexploded bombs present. For a father to know that his daughter's doing that is just a tiny amount of the pain that those more directly affected must feel also. Now, my proposal would be quite simply, really. In 1997, there was a treaty to eliminate landmines, the Ottawa Treaty, 1997. In 2008, there was the Convention on Cluster Munitions, Dublin and Oslo. We have statements on these 2 forms of arms. Isn't it time to bring them out of mothballs, sharpen them up, and make them apply to the present world, and to get more countries to ratify them than ratified them all those years ago? And what about adding a convention on drones, a new form of doing warfare, and once again, using the instruments we've got in order to make the conscience of the world feel touched and to get subscriptions to the direction of travel that these conventions actually give us. I'm so pleased that Gordon Brown, who was the Labour Party Prime Minister in 2008, resisted American pressure. He insisted on never again from Britain sending, I know there are other infractions, but cluster bombs. We have not produced them since 2008. I wish that were the case everywhere. 260 million bomblets in Southeast Asia, 80 million never exploded, 7,000 people killed over the intervening decades. It's time we did something substantial on this front.
Thank you very much. And I'll call Mr. Bakunets. You have 3 minutes.
Dear Mr. Chairman, dear members of the Assembly, first of all, thank you for your support, Ukraine, this week here, for your support, Ukraine, all time. It's very important to think about post-conflict time, but I want to underline, but now, in these seconds, war continues in my country, war that Russia started against Ukraine, war that destroys lives, nature, childhood, infrastructure, destroyed everything. War which leaves thousands of time-ticking bombs on Ukrainian territory. Perhaps not many of you had the opportunity to see the beauty of nature and to feel the atmosphere of life in Ukrainian, European territories before the war. Kherson steppes, Donbas terracons, unique landscapes of Crimea, Kharkiv, crowded with students, Odessa, crowded with tourists, with economy. It's successful Ukrainian, European territories where is full of life, full of economy, and full of people. But Russian missiles, bombs, and mines have changed everything. They ruin everything they reach, village by village, town by town, city by city. Severodonetsk, Popasna, Bakhmut, Avdiivka. The list is long. Unfortunately, thousands of civilians, Ukrainians, were killed by Russian missiles and bombs. And it's very likely that right now, another Russian bomb brought death and destroyed a Ukrainian town. To the report, it's very important. It suggests that we consider the best legal and practical solutions to fight against the use of explosive weapons. And I absolutely agree with this idea. All the problems in Europe mentioned by report were caused by one country, Russia. But united European countries have a chance to solve this problem. To conclude, I ask all member states to provide Ukraine with more air defense systems to protect our life and to reduce the need of defusing large amount of time-ticking bombs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call on Mr. Sorbara. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, good afternoon again to you. I first would like to state that Canada remains steadfast in its support of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and always will support the brave Ukrainian people, men and women, fighting for their freedom and democracy. I am very happy to see and to have read, as stated in the draft resolution, that the establishment of the Register of Damages caused by the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, which has started receiving claims for damages, loss, or energy caused since February 24th, 2022. I note with much satisfaction that victims of landmines and unexplained ordinances will thereby be able to submit claims to the register, including claims related to violations of personal integrity, loss of lives of loved ones, and loss of property, income, and livelihoods. I wish to thank the rapporteur for the report. And honorable colleagues, the international campaign to ban landmines reported that in 2022, children accounted for 71% of all casualties from cluster munition remnants where the age was known. Landmines and cluster munitions are considered the most common military weapon And while there are concerted efforts to remove landmines around the world, there remains unexploded ordnances from the First World War, and new landmines are being placed every day in farm fields, urban environments, playgrounds, soccer fields, displacing populations for years. Canada remains steadfast in its efforts to eliminate landmines and unexploded ordnance with two equal policy priorities: assisted mine-affected states as part of our larger development support initiatives, and efforts through Canada's Peace and Stabilization Operations Program, which focuses on stabilizing conflict-affected states and putting in place the conditions for sustainable peace. We continue to support demining efforts globally by assisting in related United Nations operations, supporting organizations like the International Campaign to Ban Landmines, and providing training, education, and funding for mine clearing. The Hallowed Trust, a non-governmental organization that has received $2 million in funding from the Canadian government, is working meter by meter to clear mines in Primoa, as well in Chernobyl and other areas ravaged by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Former Canadian parliamentarian and a friend of the Council of Europe, as the recipient of the North-South Prize, Lord Axworthy has advocated for eradication of landmines for over 3 decades and is one of the main influences that led to the Ottawa Treaty to ban landmines. To quote Mr. Axworthy, "We need to pass on to a new generation that there is an opportunity to do something that would be great for the human spirit. To be able to say, we finally, as an international community, gotten rid of one of the worst killers the world has ever developed. I would say the worst killers of children. As an active player in the eradication of landmines and supporter in providing safe returns to those that are displaced by them, the Government of Canada will continue to be dedicated to the goals of the treaty and work with all our partners to bring displaced population homes. As we approach the 27th anniversary of the Ottawa Treaty this December, let us remember how far we have come, but we must also look ahead to the actionable steps that will help us make the international community, including the brave men and women in Ukraine, safer, and we must go further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call Madam Martinez. You have 3 minutes.
We thank Mr. Gajdukovic for this important report. Today, this is especially relevant for Ukraine, on whose territory a bloody war caused by the aggression of Russian Federation is taking place. As a result of hostilities, Ukraine is currently the most mined country in the world. Since the full-scale invasion, Ukrainian territory has been contaminated with almost 500,000 explosive objects, including mines, bombs, artillery shells, and others. This pollution covers 30% of the entire territory of the country, more than 180,000 square kilometers, which is roughly the size of some European countries. Since 2014, almost 700 people have been killed and almost 2,000 people have been injured by explosive devices in Ukraine, among them almost 250 children. I would like to tell you about several terrible cases on what Ukrainians face every day. A 7-year-old boy was injured by an explosion when he picked up a part of an anti-personnel mine while walking in the park. A Ukrainian family was blown up by a Russian anti-tank mine. The mother and father died, and their 2 children were seriously injured. Recently, another sowing campaign was finished in Ukraine. Ukrainian farmers constantly face an increased risk of death and injury in order to harvest. Sown areas this year decreased by 7 million hectares compared to the pre-war figure of 29 hectares due to contamination of agricultural land with explosive objects. This caused losses in the amount of $225 million. Since 2014, Ukraine has been clearing areas contaminated with explosives. Last year, more than 3 million square kilometers was demined and nearly 275,000 explosive objects was neutralized. So, We support Mr. Gaidukovic's report and would like to thank the international community for supporting Ukraine in its fight against the Russian aggressor and for helping to demine Ukrainian territories. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call Mr. Rustamyan. You have 3 minutes.
Monsieur le Vice-Président,
Vice President, colleagues, the safe return of people displaced from the Nagorno-Karabakh region is not necessarily being hindered by these ticking time bombs, but more specifically by the government of Azerbaijan. First of all, following the military aggression and following the 10 months blockade imposed by Azerbaijani authorities, recognized as an announced and planned ethnic cleansing operation, Azerbaijan finally forced a mass exodus of all Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh. To be clear about this, Azerbaijan chased the Armenians from their own homes using the principle suitcase or the coffin. Currently, Azerbaijan is destroying monuments and with a view to wiping out all Armenian religious and cultural heritage in Nagorno-Karabakh. There are also very serious problems with regard to Armenian prisoners of war, as well as civilians and other prisoners, including all Nagorno-Karabakh representatives who are currently being held in detention in Azerbaijan. The Assembly continues to call on Azerbaijan to immediately release all these prisoners. Indeed, we do have legitimate concerns with regard to the Armenian prisoners who are currently in prison, who are seeking justice in a country where the Assembly itself has observed there are significant problems with the judiciary, as well as in the field of human rights and the field of the prevention of torture. Finally, Azerbaijan is refusing to resolve disputes by peaceful means, and encouraged or bolstered by the results of the most recent war, is continuing to resort to force or to the threat of the use of force to meet its egotistical objectives. Through this, therefore, by threatening a full-scale war, Baku is requiring that Yerevan makes vital concessions. Azerbaijan continues to declare that it's resolved the issue of Nagorno-Karabakh through war and is stating that Nagorno-Karabakh no longer exists as a territorial ethnic entity. All this highlights the sine qua non conditions to guarantee the safety and the right of collective return for the Armenian people from Nagorno-Karabakh. With this in mind, until the conflict is fully resolved, guaranteeing the collective return of these people to their original homes without hindrance and in full safety, well, this is something that needs to be based on the full compliance with the rights of those that have been repressed and forcibly displaced following ethnic cleansing. To conclude, the president of the Varosha, the ghost town, which has a status which has been defined by the relevant resolutions of the United Nations Security Council, could be used as a good example for the laying down the appropriate conditions for the collective return of the Nagorno-Karabakh people. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. I now call on Madam Hocht. You have 3 minutes. All right, she seems not to be here. I then call on Madam Ms. Homenko. You have 3 minutes, and this will be the last person of this debate.
Dear colleagues, we deem the discussion on the critical issue of It doesn't work. Okay. We deem the discussion on the critical issue of the explosive remnants of war as critical for the future of the country. it is evident that our country is suffering really the most extensive impact over vast parts of our territory, and we will have to be creative to liberate our lands, not only from Russians, but also from remnants of war left by them. Indeed, these weapons have devastating effects on civilians, causing immediate casualties and long-term trauma. They destroy infrastructure, disrupt essential services, and contaminate the environment, hindering economic recovery and development for the decades. International instruments like the Ottawa and Oslo Conventions are important in addressing these challenges. While we do recognize their importance in reducing human suffering, we must also consider our national security concerns. Balancing humanitarian obligations with self-defense capabilities is essential for Ukraine. It is crucial for Ukraine. Our country values these conventions, but recognizes the need for a nuanced approach to ensure our defense. I would like to recall the Article 51 of the UN Charter. The Assembly I hope, will reiterate and designate the legitimate right of its member states to defend their territorial integrity against ongoing or imminent aggression with all their might and all their means at their disposal, and will call on the international community to uphold its efforts to support Ukraine in every way possible. We fight with every means we have in our hands, because we have very limited means. To address these priorities, these dual priorities, we propose investing in advanced technologies for demining and explosive detection and developing alternative defensive measures. Enhancing international cooperation and technical assistance will be pivotal in achieving these goals. Our commitment remains strong on diminishing human suffering and promoting a safer environment. However, we must recognize the importance of a nuanced approach that considers our unique security landscape. This might involve maintaining certain defensive measures while rigorously ensuring compliance with international humanitarian law and exploring steps towards safer alternatives. And we count on understanding of the challenges we face and recognition of our security concerns and our rights. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you very much. I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I now call on Mr. Goncharenko, Rapporteur, to reply. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you to all colleagues who took part in the debate. Thank you. I think everybody agreed that it is a very important report, very timely. And thank you very much for supporting it. And I think everybody agrees, so it's nothing to react on. But just I want to ask all of you to vote for this report. It's very important. And I would like once again to thank both Mr. Domagoj Hajdukovic I'm sure he will hear us for his job. And also I would like to thank our brilliant Secretariat of Committee on Migration and Refugees, which did a fantastic job on this report and in general. So thank you very much, and let us move to voting for this very timely and important report.
Thank you very much. The debate is closed. The Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons has presented a draft resolution to which 4 amendments have been tabled. They will be taken in the order in which they appear in the compendium. I remind you that speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. I understand that the chairperson of the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendment 3 to the draft resolution, which were unanimously approved by the committee, should be declared approved. Is that so, Mr. Goncharenko? Yes. If no one objects, I will consider the amendment to be approved. Is there an objection? If there is, we will need to verify that the objection has a required number of support of 10 people. Please could those who object raise their hand. No objection. So amendment number 3 to the draft resolution is therefore approved and will not be called. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendment 1 to the draft resolution, which was rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, be declared as rejected. Is that so, Mr. Goncharenko? So if no one objects, I will consider the amendments to be rejected. Is there an objection? If there is, we will need to verify that the objection has a required support of 10 people. Please could those who object raise their hand. That seems not to be the case. So amendment number 1 to the draft resolution is therefore rejected and will not be called. I call Ms. Olena Khomenko to support amendment number 4. You have 30 seconds.
Dear colleagues, actually this amendment corresponds to the amendment, previous amendment number 3, where we keep for countries, for member states who have to defend their territorial integrity and sovereignty, like Ukraine, to have the right for self-defense against ongoing aggression. So here we propose the wording "consider ratifying." Thank you, dear colleagues.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? That seems not to be the case. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment?
Committee supported this amendment with more than 2/3 majority.
The committee is in favor. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed, and I call for the results to be displayed, and the amendment is accepted. I now call on Ms. Olena Khomenko to support amendment number 2. You have 30 seconds.
Here is the proposal. Instead of banning the drones, which are crucial and which are vital means for Ukrainian self-defense. Instead of this, we propose to put the wording, the sentence, you see the amendment, but we would like to call on member states to consider implementing rules on the responsible use of combat drones, in particular when they are loaded with munitions with a wide area effects. So instead of banning the drones, which are vital for our existing and saving the lives of Ukrainians, we propose to develop the rules of their usage. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you very much. Does anyone wish to speak against this amendment? It seems not to be the case. What's the opinion of the committee on the amendment?
Committee is in favor with more than 2/3 majority.
So the committee is in favor. I shall now put the amendment to the vote, and the vote is open. And the vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. And amendment number 2 is agreed. We'll now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15995 as amended. A simple majority is required. The vote is open. And the vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. And the draft resolution in document 15995 as amended is adopted. Congratulations. The next item of business this afternoon is a current affairs debate on the war in Gaza, ensuring the release of the hostages, the implementation of an immediate ceasefire, and the provision of humanitarian aid. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes for all members except the first speaker, chosen by the Bureau. The debate will end at 7:10 p.m. I call Mr. Piero Fassino. You have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate.
Grazie, Presidente.
Well, thank you very much, President. I have visited just last week as a president of the subcommittee for the Middle East of this Assembly, Israel and Palestine. And I do feel that this particular issue that has been put on the agenda today ought to be looked at in view of the evolving events in the area. The situation, as we know today, is a blocked one. It's blocked because there are 2 diverse interpretations of the resolutions of the United Nations. Israel has requested the liberation of the hostages as a condition in order to be able to move forward, and Hamas requested a ceasefire as a condition in order to release the hostages. And this conflicting interpretation blocks down the possibility of executing the resolution, and it leads to a situation where we have a continuation of the conflict, more victims, suffering under terrible conditions. And today we find ourselves in a situation, in a war in Gaza, which has continued in a bloody fashion with horrific suffering for civilians. But we all know that with every week, the situation on the border between Israel and Lebanon has deteriorated, and there is an escalation possibility of the conflict. So under these particular circumstances, it's necessary to be aware of the fact that the war is creating lacerations, suffering for Israelis and for Palestinians. And there is this conflict between Netanyahu, the government, the strategy as concerns the liquidation of Hamas that they're pursuing, and there's calls for a change of strategy. And that, on the other hand, that's not possible to do without bringing an end to the fight against Hamas, but then different conditions as far as what this particular attack entails. And what we have, once again, simply more and more victims. There is a large opposition movement in Israel with major demonstrations and protests. A couple of days ago, there was a protest with, it's been estimated, 1 million Israelis protesting against, calling for a change in this entire situation and an end to the war in Gaza. And this indicates to us the terrible tearing apart and shredding of any sort of harmony in Israeli society. And the Netanyahu war cabinet is in a situation right now of great strife as well. But there are also problems on the Palestinian side as well, because in the Palestinian camp, well, Hamas is a strong presence, not only militarily speaking, but politically as well. There have been numerous different surveys that have been conducted over the weeks that have shown that 80% of young people, above all, and all Palestinians, are in favor of Hamas. This doesn't mean that they're members of Hamas, but we have to understand that a huge portion of the population is sympathizing with Hamas, and this indicates a major obstacle as well for the Palestinian Authority. So these particular conflicts have created two political fronts. What will happen with Gaza after the war is over? The hypothesis is that it will be necessary to put together a kind of entity that would not be Hamas, that would be in charge of Gaza with moderate Arab elements. And the issue is how to secure guarantee the safety of Gaza. So this is an issue that has not yet been resolved. But there's also the issue of the resolution of the conflict, not only here, but in all international fora, which have said that the solution would be two peoples, two states, two people, two peoples and two states. I, too, say this as well, that with great clarity, that all interlocutors with whom I've met in Israel, including those that have supported to the two-state solution, say that today the conditions are simply not there for this solution to be implemented. So this is a very, very delicate issue indeed. But that's the way it is. Netanyahu doesn't want this two-state solution. But those who are against Netanyahu's right now, there is a majority there that feel that after the 7th of October massacre and the situation that has precipitated since then, that the possibility of a two-state solution is not there. So that would have been the only possibility for guaranteeing peace, but the issue is how to create the necessary conditions in order to make the possibility of a two-state solution viable. Over the last couple of days, a group of Palestinian figures, very, very important in the PLO and in the West Bank Authority as well, have spoken about the revitalizing of the PLO, including Hamas as well, with the conviction that if the Palestinian camp doesn't appear unified, that it will be absolutely impossible to find some sort of structure that will defend the rights of the Palestinian people. So it's a very, very difficult situation. The proposals are difficult as well. Now, the PLO in the 1980s changed its statutes and changed its position with regard to negation, refusing to accept the existence of the State of Israel. That no longer exists. And of course, the Oslo Accords took place, were forged in the meantime, so a totally different landscape. But today, there are no signals of a development of that particular nature, with the PLO being revitalized in order to be able to assume this position. So it's absolutely necessary for Hamas to renounce its particular demand for the Israeli state to not exist. The humanitarian situation right now, it continues to be dire. The number of injured, the number of people who have been displaced, over 1 million individuals, the number of houses that have been destroyed, and the cultural heritage, and that has been destroyed as well. Healthcare services destroyed as well. The women, the children that have fallen victim to this particular situation, wounded, killed, is absolutely horrific indeed. So this is a crucial issue indeed. We have to continue to work in a concerted fashion that we have to find some way to alleviate the situation, at least on the humanitarian front. Even during the course of the conflict, it is absolutely necessary for us to do something. The border now situation between Gaza and Israel, well, there are numerous trucks, lorries, backed up for kilometers, carrying their only 300 trucks enter each day. Before the October events, there were many more. The distribution, once these trucks cross into Gaza, is extremely difficult. It isn't immediate. The logistics are very, very difficult indeed. So you bring all this food and then it is not distributed. So what we have is a situation which is truly, once again, dire. I do think that our Assembly has to make quite clear the role that the international community has. First of all, before the conflict deteriorates further, we have to have a ceasefire, a release of the hostages, and opening up of humanitarian corridors. This is the only way that we can go right now. The delegations in our parliamentary assembly, the delegation from Israel, from the Palestinian Authority as well, they're in contact with one another. And I think with our contribution as well, that of the Parliamentary Assembly, we must do everything in order to push forward with these particular possibilities. The implementation, in other words, of a solution that would provide for 2 states in the area. Thank you very much.
10 minutes, since you have 7 plus 3. So now I'll give the floor to Paul Gavan on behalf of the United European Left. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the United European Left, I will begin with a quotation from a courageous Jewish academic, one of many. His name is Professor Amos Goldberg, a Holocaust and genocide researcher at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. And he said, "It is so difficult and painful to admit it, but Jewish history will henceforth be stained with the mark of Cain for the most horrible of crimes which cannot be erased. Yes, it is genocide." So here we are, 9 months into a genocide of the people of Gaza, 9 months of slaughter, mainly of women and children. As of June 24th, the estimate was that there was 37,626 people who had been slaughtered, including more than 15,000 children. Maybe I'll pause here just to let that sink in. More than 15,000 innocent children have had their lives destroyed in the most horrendous of circumstances. In addition, more than 86,000 people have been injured. Thousands of those injured, including thousands of children, have faced surgery without anaesthetic, including amputations. There's another 10,000 missing at least. And yet this institution, so strong and forthright in its condemnation of Russia, still has not found any words of condemnation for these acts of genocide, even after 9 months, which, as I pointed out yesterday, completely undermines all of our calls for action against Russia. Because people are not stupid. People know that if you're being selective when it comes to condemnation of illegal occupation, of aggression, of the most heinous war crimes, of human rights abuses, then your words of selective condemnation are empty. They're actually meaningless. They are the height of gross hypocrisy. History will not judge us well. Yesterday, there was a meeting of the Committee of Ministers and Ambassadors from all 46 member states, and not one of them raised Gaza, even as the genocide rages on. Shame on every one of them. At the heart of this ongoing evil is the constant attempt to dehumanize the Palestinian people, and this nonsense of starting every response with a reference to October 7th, as if there was no history before that date, as if the decades of slaughter, occupation, the Nakba itself, dealt to the Palestinian people had never happened. We must respond to the war crimes being committed in Gaza. We need an immediate ceasefire. We need an immediate arms embargo against Israel, the ending of the EU-Israel trade agreement. We need real European pressure to end the slaughter. My message again on behalf of the United European Left is ceasefire now and justice for the people of Palestine.
On behalf of Socialist Democrats and Greens, Petra Bayer.
The group of Socialists, Democrats and Greens condemns the atrocities committed by Hamas on the 7th of October and afterwards, and it calls for the immediate release of the Israeli hostages. Our group also welcomes calls for a permanent ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, given the thousands of innocent victims and the catastrophic humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip. Our groups shares the vision of a lasting peace for Israelis and Palestinians. We recognize that Hamas is the catalyst for the current conflict, as it is the prolonged occupation of Palestinian territories, record settlement expansion, including increasing settler violence. Under international law, Israel has the right to defend itself against this still ongoing terrorism. However, those who rely on international law must also respect it and respect civilian lives. A ceasefire is more crucial than ever for the Palestinian civilian population, and as is the immediate release of the Israeli hostages. Last week, I moderated a panel where two activists combating gender-based violence in Israel shared their studies on sexual violence during the 7th of October, be it in kibbutzim, at the Nova Festival site or elsewhere, where women were gang-raped, genitally mutilated, and many assassinated women were found with the lower part of their bodies naked and bloody. There were witnesses that managed to escape the hostage-taking in the Gaza Strip, speaking about ongoing rape of themselves or other hostages. It makes me speechless that some who call themselves feminists still abnegate the sexual violence as a tactic of war. We also see thousands of women giving birth in Gaza without any medical care, without the possibility to seek assistance if there are any complications, without any basic infrastructure. We know that when malnutritioned women give birth to children, for them it is a start in a new life with many disadvantages, additional challenges like chronic illness and delayed development of the brain and the physical potentials. And the newborns themselves will grow up malnutritioned what aggravates their disadvantages. This structural violence against women and children must be ended. Humanitarian assistance should be screened for any hidden tools that Hamas would misuse to continue its terror, but the life of civilians must be ensured, protected, and people must have a perspective for themselves and their children. Benny Gantz explained his withdrawal from the interim government by saying that fateful strategic decisions are being delayed due to political considerations. And in addition, Benjamin Netanyahu's decisions were not made for the good of the state, but merely for political reasons. We stand with the thousands of people who are calling week after week for an end of Netanyahu's government and snap elections, and they proclaim, bring them home now. Thank you.
On behalf of the EPP group, Carmen Leite.
¿Se oye? Sí. Gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, President. What is unfolding in Gaza comes about as a result of a historical and complex conflict, but the most recent escalation started on the 7th of October when more than 1,200 members of the terrorist group Hamas entered Israel and killed more than 1,000 innocent people in their own homes, as well as at the Nova International Music Festival, which was being attended by thousands of young people from around the world. At that point in time, Hamas kidnapped and held hostage more than 200 people, amongst them women and children, and more than half have not yet been released. They have spent over 250 days of uncertainty, pain and suffering, both for themselves and for their families. Hostilities in the region have increased, leading to a dire humanitarian situation in Gaza. We can wait no more because the number of innocent victims is increasing daily. This applies to civilians and to many children. We are well aware of the fact that the terrorist group Hamas is not the Palestinian people, and for that reason it is important to distinguish between Hamas and the Palestinian cause. We all agree that we must put an end to this suffering. The Biden plan, which has been supported by the United Nations, lays down the liberation of the hostages, a ceasefire, and the massive delivery of humanitarian aid via UNRWA and other NGOs. On top of that, there are also plans for the major reconstruction of Gaza, which is very badly needed. The Palestinian people in the State of Israel deserve to be able to achieve a lasting peace, and for that to be the case, this must start with the unconditional freeing of all hostages. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not the first time that we have debated the situation in the Middle East here, and we will continue to debate it as long as is necessary and until such time as peace has been achieved in the region. It's important that we have this debate here in the Council of Europe, the home of human rights, democracy and the rule of law, and our voice must be heard by all those who work in favor of peace, and that is why we should send a clear message. There should be the immediate release, unconditional release of all hostages, a ceasefire, and unfettered access to humanitarian relief. And all stakeholders, the Arab League and all those who are involved must work together to find a solution which will bring peace to the region once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to start absolutely clearly. I stand with Israel, and I want to say this openly, and I don't care, is it fashion, it not fashion, I just want to say what I think, what I see, and I am saying I stand with Israel. Yes, the war is awful, every war is awful, but in the war there are those who started it, and it was not Israel. It was Hamas on October 7th who attacked Israel, who killed people, raped people, who took hostages, and still 120 hostages. Just imagine, soon it will be 1 year that these people are tortured, every day tortured by Hamas terrorists. And we are now speaking, oh, you know, that is bad. Yes, it's very bad. But there are those who are guilty in this. It's Hamas, it's Iran, it's Russia, and other their proxies, Hezbollah, Houthis, and all other proxies they have. in order to attack the world. Let us say truth. They started this war. And let me tell you one more thing. If you think that it is just about Middle East, oh, we have war in Ukraine, and there we have war in Middle East, and that is all disconnected, different stories. No. The Third World War is knocking at our doors. The Third World War. And when I was telling in this assembly years ago that Russia would attack Ukraine, many were laughing at me. Many were saying that I'm crazy. Crazy man. What is he saying? Tanks on Kiev, missiles falling on European cities. No, it's impossible. Who is laughing today? And now I pray to God to be not right. But I am telling you, the big war is coming. And in this big war, all democratic countries will be together, and authoritarian, tyrann countries will be together, like Russia, North Korea, Iran, all these axes of evil, China standing behind them, their proxies, Hamas, Houthis, Hezbollah, and all others. And they are uniting. Just to watch, Putin was in North Korea signing special agreement with them. Now they're preparing agreement with Iran. Abbas, leader of Hamas, is planning now to go to Moscow. Are you blind? Don't you understand this? Yeah, we can have a lot of disputes with Israel. Maybe this they did right or this not right. But when the big war will be, we will be together with them. Because we are the same. We are democratic countries, we're countries with the rule of law. And against us are crazy tyranns who doesn't care about anything. And about Ukraine, one question: who will be with the free world in trenches near Tehran and Beijing when it will be needed? It will be Ukrainian army, battle-hardened during these years. We will stand for freedom, we will stand for democracy, we will stand for rule of law. We don't have any other option. And I address to you, please don't lose the time. If you will ask me what to do if the Third World War is knocking, go to tactical medicine courses, take a basic military preparations. That is our lesson, Ukrainians. We also, I'm finishing, we also wanted to live in peace for a long time. But now we all are fighters and warriors. And that's the only way for free world to survive. Thank you.
On behalf of ALDE, Claude Kern.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mes chers collègues.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, during the spring part session, we held a current affairs debate on the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and on ways and means of preventing further escalation in the Middle East following the attack conducted by Iran against Israel. Unfortunately, this part session too, the fate of Israeli hostages and the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip justifies the holding of a new current affairs debate. Some 10 days ago, our colleague Piero Fassino carried out a visit to the Middle East and called for a collective coming to our senses to ensure the effective implementation of immediate ceasefire, the return in all security of hostages to their families, and the unimpeded access of essential humanitarian aid for the civilian population in Gaza. Having seen for myself the events on the ground, I would like to echo his appeal, every term of which is important. Let us not forget that the dramatic situation is to be attributed to Hamas for carrying out the terrible terrorist attack against Israel on the 7th of October. We can never underscore sufficiently the responsibility for destruction of the Gaza Strip and the suffering of the Gazans is first and foremost that of the Hamas terrorists who care little about the suffering of the Palestinian people. We are all devastated when we see the terrible suffering endured by the Gazan population. That goes without saying, because, of course, we cannot make a distinction between the human dignity of individuals, be they Israelis or Palestinians. So if Hamas really wants to obtain a ceasefire, then Hamas needs to immediately release all the persons abducted and held in Gaza, and the bodies of the deceased need to be handed over. That is a prior condition for any negotiation with view to ceasefire, and I hope that that will come about as soon as possible, in other words, immediately. The humanitarian situation in Gaza is unbearable in spite of the various initiatives taken, in particular that of Cyprus, and I would like to pay tribute particularly to Cyprus. There's an urgent, massive need for humanitarian aid. The American Development Agency has announced that only 1,000 of the 7,000 tons sent via the sea from Cyprus to the Gaza Strip were distributed as a result of the violence and the risk of pillaging. It's time for the situation to end, and I hope that this new phase of the war announced by the Israeli government, that it says will be of a lesser intensity, will make significant progress in favor of the civilian populations that have suffered only too greatly. I cannot hide my concern, however, when I see the growing tension between Hezbollah and Israel. The risk of a regional conflagration is very high. I hope this debate will contribute to wisdom and steps towards peace. Thank you.
In the debate, I call next Mr. Bertrand Sabella, member of the Palestinian delegation.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is no way that anyone can whitewash the entirely man-made disaster created by Israel in its war on Gaza. Whether it is the interim report of damage issued by the World Bank in March, or the CNN recent story of yesterday, June 26, the statistics of devastation cry out for all those with some conscience in this hall and elsewhere. The total devastation of Gaza has resulted in the destruction of 70% of housing units. The economic loss estimated at $18.5 billion or almost the gross domestic product of the Palestinian territories in 2022, according to World Bank. CNN quotes 37,658 killed, 86,237 injured. Of those, 25,000 are in need of urgent medical attention outside of Gaza. Of note is that a majority of those killed were women and children, and according to Israeli statistics, estimates of Hamas members killed stand at some 14,000. More than 8 months of bombardment, according to CNN, has shredded infrastructure, wiped out neighborhoods and communities, laid waste to entire neighborhoods. A report by Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, IPC, which assesses global food security and malnutrition, worried that almost all of Gaza will face famine within the next 3 months. 50,000 children require treatment for acute malnutrition. The OCHA, which is a UN coordination office in the occupied territories, has accused Israel of obstructing humanitarian access to northern Gaza. And it speaks of limited trucks entering the territory of Gaza. Severe water shortages are also reported, as almost 70% of all water facilities have been destroyed. The extent of devastation is alarming, it's massive, and yet the question I would end with is, what next? Where do we go from here? Allow me to quote Ami Ayalon, the ex-chief of Israeli Shin Bet services. He said in an interview with CNN, there are 2 blind spots for Israelis. We shall not have security until we end the occupation. This piece of land, and this is Mr. Ayalon speaking, is ours. But also, it's not only ours. We have two options as Israelis, to divide and keep our identity, or not to divide and lose our identity and security. May we have end of occupation, the birth of a Palestinian state, and peace for Palestinians and Israelis, and not global war. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will listen to a video message with a statement from Mrs. Meirav Ben-Ari, President of the Israeli delegation.
Dear members of the Assembly, I would like to thank the chairperson of the subcommittee on the Middle East and the Arab world, Mr. Piero Fassino, for his initiative in holding the current affair debate on the war in Gaza. Almost 9 months after the horrific massacre carried out by Hamas terrorists on October 7, there are still 120 women, men, children, elderly being held captive by Hamas in harsh conditions. All of us, regardless of our political position, should stand together in calling for the release of the hostages. Last week, I had the privilege of accompanying Chairman Fassino in Israel. We visited sites near Israel's southern border. We started in Kibbutz Nir Oz, where 1 of every 3 residents was either kidnapped or murdered during the October 7 attack. Almost 9 months after, the survivors of the massacre are still living in hotels, and their homes are destroyed and burned to the ground. From Nir Oz, we continue to the Kerem Shalom crossing, when we saw hundreds of trucks filled with humanitarian supplies like food, medicine, and shelter equipment on the way to the Gaza Strip. Something that our hostages can only dream of. Over 300 trucks with food and medicine are crossing the border from Israel into Gaza every day. Just to compare, 80 trucks cross the border on a daily basis before the war. Now it's 300. I wonder if any country whose citizens were massacred and murdered by terrorists would act the same. It is important to remember that Hamas is a proxy of Iran and is therefore a threat not only to Israel, but to the entire liberal world. And yet, the war can end today if Hamas lay down its weapon and release the hostages. At the same time, Israel faces a growing threat from Hezbollah, another Iranian proxy in the region. About 60,000 residents of northern Israel town are displaced from their homes. They live in hotels, and some of them, their houses were even hit directly by anti-tank missiles, attack drones, and rockets. If there is no significant change, the diplomatic window will close, and Israel will be required to secure its citizens in the north. Israel is not looking for a war. On the contrary, we are a country that's looking for peace, as proven with the Abraham Accord. Only through joint international pressure we can stop the war and bring security and hope for a better future to the region. I thank you all, and I'm calling you, please help us bring our hostages back home now. Thank you.
Namik Tan is next.
Dear President, dear colleagues, I believe that everyone here is well aware of the significant implications that this conflict and the tragic situation in Gaza will have on peace and stability in the region and beyond. Let me be clear, I strongly condemn the horrific acts committed by Hamas on October 7 against innocent civilians. Such violence is indefensible. However, we must address the root cause of the current war in Gaza, which is fundamentally linked to the prolonged occupation. The Geneva Conventions state very clearly that populations under occupation have a right to resist. Israel's actions, including its control over West Bank and East Jerusalem since 1967, the illegal settlements and policies that undermine human dignity have created a volatile situation that must be acknowledged. As the UN Secretary General rightly pointed out, the events of October 7 did not occur in a vacuum, and Israel's disproportional military retaliation in Gaza have already resulted in deaths of 35,000 people, including over 14,500 children, and the displacement of millions. These actions are fueling anger and hatred worldwide. While I understand Europe's historical responsibility towards Israel, I cannot comprehend the unreserved support for the Netanyahu government's atrocities against Palestinians based on a similar ideological mentality that Europe itself once suffered. This unwavering support is deeply troubling and goes against the very principles of Europe that Europe stands for. European nations, with their historical responsibility and leadership in upholding democracy, human rights, and rule of law, must reconsider their stance. Europe has historically been viewed positively in the Islamic world, more so than other regions. Maintaining this position is crucial for promoting peace and cooperation. Yet, by supporting policies that many, including millions of Israelis, oppose, Europe risks losing its moral ground and the goodwill it has built. Dear colleagues, reaffirming the importance of our shared values and the need for a just and lasting peace, I urge all of you to reflect on these critical issues. I believe that you, as respected representatives known for your commitment to democracy and human rights, can do more, must do more to stop this evil before it's too late. Thank you.
Birgir Thorarinsson is next.
Mr. President, the brutality of Hamas' October 7th massacre shocked us all. In one day, more than 1,000 Hamas terrorists invaded Israel and massacred more than 1,200 Israelis, mostly civilians. Hamas fired thousands of rockets at Israeli cities and towns. 250 hostages were taken, including many children and old people. 120 hostages are still being held in Gaza. It is believed that only 50 of them are alive. The Hamas leaders have stated that they knew very well of the consequences of the terrorist attack on Israel for their own people. They also said that Palestinians' lives must be sacrificed in order to win Israel. Did they ask the people of Gaza if they were willing to sacrifice their lives? No, they didn't. International humanitarian law, most powerful instrument for protecting innocents, is separating fighters from the civilians. Hamas' refusal to obey those rules has made this war a humanitarian catastrophe. Death of civilians in a war is a human tragedy. Hamas itself is responsible for many of those civilian deaths because it keeps civilians near military targets and uses them as human shields. Hamas has also committed grave breaches of law of armed conflict by seizing Israeli civilians as hostages. Hostage-taking, too, compel a third party to do or to abstain from doing any act, as Hamas continues to do, is a war crime. Palestinians trapped in Gaza in the grip of a brutal terrorist group that brooks no opposition to its unpopular misrule had no say in whether to start this war. Yet it is civilians who suffer most for Hamas' choice, for Hamas' self-interests. A NATO report examining Hamas' activities from 2008 to 2014 explains Hamas' use of human shields in Gaza. Mr. President, this war, this devastating humanitarian crisis can come to an end today if Hamas terrorists will lay down their weapons and free the hostages. Abraham Lincoln once said, "There's nothing good in war except its ending." This war, this suffering of innocent people must come to an end now, and this war must be the end of Hamas' rule in Gaza.
Thank you, Birgir. Simon Mutken is next.
J'ai appuyé, c'est bon? Oui. Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, President. Dear colleagues, in October, the day after the bloody attacks by the terrorist group Hamas, I warned in this Assembly of the risk of a disproportionate response by the Netanyahu government and his extreme right colleagues. This warning went unheard. It was attacked and caricatured. In January, when northern Gaza was razed to the ground and tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians had been killed, I made a plea for all hostages to be freed, for an immediate ceasefire, and for sanctions against a state which was acting outside the limits of international law. This plea, again, went unheard, was attacked and caricatured. And in April, when the Israeli government was bombarding Rafah, in which millions of Gazawis had taken refuge and was continuing to kill on a massive scale civilians, women and children, notwithstanding appeals from the international community, this call again went unheard, was attacked and was caricatured. Colleagues, how long are we going to remain deaf? When are we going to hear the final dying sighs of the 40,000 dead in Gaza, the smiles which disappeared from 15,000 children? When are we going to hear the appeals from dozens of international organizations, including the UN and NGOs, as well as the opinions of international courts? And when are we going to truly make sure that international law and the values of our Assembly are applied in all situations, in all conflicts, regardless of their origin, cultural belonging, location, or the religion of the people we're defending? Ladies and gentlemen, our inaction and silence in the face of these massacres is in the process of creating a gulf which will be hard to bridge between ourselves and the rest of the world, between ourselves and young people throughout the world who believe in the consistency of international law and who believed in freedom. We will never be free until the Palestinian people are free. These are words of Nelson Mandela. So we need freedom now. We need freedom for the detained Israeli hostages, for Palestinian political prisoners, for the Gazawis who are being bombed, for the children who are suffocating under the ruins, and for the millions of Palestinians who are living under occupation. This word freedom is the word that I have been crying out since last October, and we did the same in the wake of Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. So I'm not ashamed to say here now, freedom for Palestinians, free Palestine. We can't be inconsistent. If we're waging a battle for Ukraine, we must wage that battle for Palestinians too. Freedom applies to Gaza as well, regardless of our religion, our colour of our skin, or our political affiliation. Thank you.
George Stamatis is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to speak in Greek. Εγώ δεν γνωρίζω καμία δημοκρατία στον κόσμο.
I don't know any democracy anywhere in the world that negotiates with terrorists. Because when you negotiate with terrorists, it's democracy that loses out. And terrorists are put on an equal footing with democracy. Today, I'm sure you have all seen the bedrooms of Palestinian children where there should be toys. There are holes leading to tunnels where Hamas terrorists are hiding. Now, do we know that before the attacks of the 7th of October last? Perhaps we did. Did we do anything? I don't think we did. So, once again, the question is, who's going to win out, terrorists or democracy? We should, of course, open humanitarian corridors, but at the same time, we need to establish where the humanitarian aid ended before the attacks on the 7th of October. Who was responsible for administering millions of euros in humanitarian aid? Hamas. Where do Hamas's weapons come from? France, Germany, the US? No, these weapons come from Iran, North Korea, and Russia. So we should not be hypocritical. But for all this to end, Hamas has to disappear from Palestine. The Palestinians need to appoint leaders who are capable of bringing about a two-state solution with Jerusalem as a capital. No other solution is feasible, so time is of the essence. But I would ask of you, who would negotiate the life of the second child when you have lost your first child? I think such a person will do all they can in order to pursue a democratic path. Of course, we understand the pain and the suffering of those who lose those close to them, but we shouldn't forget one thing. All this started with a terrorist attack, and it has a name, it bears a name, Hamas, whose leader doesn't live in Palestine but elsewhere and is totally protected.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, Israel has been committing a massacre in Gaza, the violence of which has reached horrific levels. The Zionist regime's decade-long policy of oppression, assimilation, and occupation has turned into a genocide in front of eyes of the whole world since October the 7th. As of yesterday, the 38,000 of Palestinians, of whom there are at least 15,000 children and 10,000 women, have been killed, and nearly 90,000 people have been injured. Despite the ceasefire resolution adopted by the Security Council and the calls of the International Court of Justice and International Criminal Court, the Netanyahu government declares that the war will not end. The most prominent authorities of the world are incapable of stopping Netanyahu. In the nearly 3-year-long Russia-Ukraine war, we all watched Europe's protective stance towards Ukraine. Ukraine has been supported with weapons, ammunition, and humanitarian aid with no mention of Russia's right to self-defense. But it is unacceptable for Europe to remain silent when it comes to Palestine and always saying Israel's right to defend itself. It is hypocritical that the Council of Europe, whose founding purpose is to establish and monitor international legal norms, does not react strongly to the war crimes in Gaza. There are demonstrations and student protests in your countries against the massacre in Gaza, where people are starving to death. Civil liberties, of which Europe is so proud, have been suspended on the Palestinian issue. The use of excessive force against some activists and the criminalization of carrying the Palestinian flag in some countries clearly show the double standard on the Palestinian issue. I openly call all the representatives here, do not allow Israel to hide behind October the 7th. ignoring its long-standing occupation policy, its oppression, and its killings. Listen to the voice of your people with conscience. Show the value you attach to law and human rights by standing by Palestine. Like Spain, Ireland, and Norway, which have recognized and supported Palestine during this catastrophe. As the Council of Europe, we must follow this issue and take immediate actions for Palestine, for a two-state solution within 1967 borders for the Palestine. Long live Palestine.
Don Davis is next.
Dear colleagues, like many, I am horrified by the appalling loss of innocent lives caused by indiscriminate attacks by Hamas and the Israeli Defense Forces. Both sides have deliberately and carelessly targeted civilians and civilian infrastructure that all people and nations of conscience must categorically condemn. This must stop immediately. We need a ceasefire now. We need international assistance to the Palestinian civilian population now. We need all hostages and political prisoners released now. I have had the privilege of visiting both Israel and Palestine. I was struck by the many similarities between the interests and desires of citizens in both jurisdictions. They both want security, peace, and the opportunity to develop their economies, their cultures, and to pursue their personal dreams. I also saw firsthand the inhumane and unjust conditions that the Israeli government is forcing Palestinians to live under in the occupied West Bank and Gaza, as well as the inequality they face in Israel itself. I concur with the many international organizations and Israeli observers that this constitutes a form of apartheid. As in South Africa, it must end. In my view, this is the root cause of the conflict that must be acknowledged and dismantled. Neither Israelis nor Palestinians can coexist in such an incendiary circumstance of occupation, colonization, discrimination, and violation of human rights. Yet increased settler violence, fueled by provocative statements by the Netanyahu government that eliminate hope for a Palestinian state or equality, have contributed to a dangerous feeling of despair and extremism in the Palestinian population. This threatens all the residents of the region because oppression and injustice lead to violence. Violence leads to vengeance, and vengeance leads to anger, pain, and deepened division. It is time for the entire world to insist on an end to this vicious, unproductive, heartbreaking cycle. We are now witnessing what can only be described as an obscenity that should shock all people of good faith. I abhor the horrific attack by Hamas on innocent civilians. This was a war crime. And while Israel may have a right to self-defense, their response has gone far, far beyond this. It is not entitled to kill civilians indiscriminately or pursue collective punishment. It is not entitled to target hospitals, schools, ambulances, refugee camps, and residential buildings without regard for the impact on innocent non-combatants. It is not entitled to withhold water, food, and electricity to civilians. And it is not entitled to ignore the international norm that any self-defense response must be proportionate. Leveling Gaza, rendering it uninhabitable, and killing and wounding 125,000 people, most of them innocent women and children, is a blatant violation of international law. These are also war crimes. Very troublingly, internal Israeli government documents and statements by its leaders indicate that Israel is contemplating, if not committing, what amounts to ethnic cleansing in Gaza, if not genocide. This is completely unacceptable to all who believe in a rules-based international order predicated on a commitment to dignity, security, and human rights for all. The global community must insist on and assist the Israeli and Palestinian leaderships to finally resolve the underlying cause of this dispute, which is crystal clear: the need for sovereign, viable states living in peace and security for both Israelis and Palestinians. That's the only path consistent with the values of this organization.
When you go over your time limit, then you restrain other colleagues to take the floor. This is clear to all of us. So, Eva Suna Eversdottir.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, the International Court of Justice has ordered that the State of Israel immediately halt its military offensive in Gaza to prevent the genocide of the Palestinian people. Israel did not stop. Israel has not been made to stop, and Europe certainly has not told Israel to stop. This assembly certainly has not told Israel to stop. But why, Mr. President? What else does this assembly, this continent, need to stand up against the crime of genocide, the crime of crimes? Because let us not forget that the Genocide Convention obliges each and every one of us to take action, to take initiative to prevent genocide. We must not sit and wait for somebody to declare that it is so. We take action to prevent it. This is international obligation on all of us. So when do our leaders act on this moral and legal imperative to stop the crime of crimes? These leaders who cannot even bring themselves to admit that genocide is happening, or at least imminent, because let us be clear, it is enough for it to be imminent for us to be obliged to act. Dear colleagues, I would also like to ask you to please stop blaming Hamas for the crimes of Israel. Yes, Hamas has committed grave war crimes, and yes, they should be held accountable. But if you maintain that you want the international legal order to be respected, you must stop blaming Hamas for the crimes of Israel, because international humanitarian law cannot be broken because the other party of the conflict broke international humanitarian law. It is not a reciprocal system. It applies no matter what. If the other party to the conflict breaks it, you are still obliged to uphold international humanitarian law. It doesn't excuse you from the international humanitarian legal order that applies to you. All of our international organizations, which this assembly usually holds in such high regard, have clearly stated that Israel is violating the most fundamental laws of armed conflicts, and that it is very likely committing genocide. What will be enough for you to recognize that? Not 3 orders of the ICJ, not requests for arrest warrants from the ICC, not our most esteemed international legal experts, not the ceasefire resolution by the Security Council. After all of this, you still stand up here and talk about Israel's right to defend itself. If we do not stand up now and tell Israel to stop, we are saying that international law only applies when it suits us, that it only applies when we don't like the state that we would like it to apply to. It should only apply to Russia. It shouldn't apply to Israel. I ask you to consider what this means for the international legal order. By allowing for this hypocrisy, we are allowing the destruction of the very foundation of this order. I hope you realize this very soon, dear colleagues, because the time for justice for Palestine is now.
Thank you, Suna. George Lukaidis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will continue in Greek, and I will continue from the point that my colleague Suna ended her speech. Imagine for a minute that you have been a Palestinian living in Gaza. Imagine what is happening in Gaza happened in your country. Your country under occupation, a terrorist organization violating international law, committing crimes of war, attacks the occupator, and then coming here and justifying by blaming this terrorist organization, the attacking force, killing your children in a school, killing people in a hospital, because below there is a terrorist organization place. Many colleagues already spoke about the situation on the ground in Gaza. In a human rights organization, how we can argue in order to justify the killing over more 200 humanitarian personnel, how we can justify and speak about the freedom of expression and of journalists when almost 100 journalists were murdered by Israel. How we can speak about the massacre of innocent children, women, civilians? How we can justify, as the UN are saying, that Gaza became uninhabitable? Dear colleagues, once more, I said I will speak in Greek, but I'm speaking in English. We have to safeguard the credibility of this organization. Once more, we have asked the Committee of Ministers. No reaction from this assembly. No reaction in the continuing genocide by Israel against the Palestinian people. But also atrocities committed in the West Bank, where there is no Hamas. We have to remember this. Where there is no Hamas in West Bank till now. But I have to repeat, we kept silent, not criticizing, not condemning anything in relation to the atrocities committed by Israel. But we correctly condemned Hamas attacks, this organization. The General Secretary of this organization, a few days after the attack, condemned the attack of Hamas.
Thank you, George.
But when it comes to Gaza, we are silent, and we are unfortunately assisting the government, the extreme right-wing government of
Thank
Israel,
you, Mr.
to continue
Lukaitis.
its massacre.
Though you spoke in English, it didn't sound Greek to us. Maybe next speaker, Sena Nur, wants to speak in Greek if she wishes. So, Mrs. Tsalikranaki, you have the floor.
Dear President, dear colleagues, the situation in Gaza has deteriorated from horrific to unspeakably dire since the last time we convened in this assembly. Israel bombed Rafah 60 times in 48 hours following the order of the International Court of Justice to halt the Rafah offensive. On 26 May, Israel slaughtered civilians taking shelter in Rafah. We have seen horrific images of beheaded babies and women and children burning alive. The death toll is now exceeding 37,000, including 15,000 children. Save the Children reports that confirming the identity of the living and dead children has become almost impossible, as whole families have been wiped out, separated, or trapped under the rubble. According to the latest UN-partnered IPC report on hunger levels, entire households go days without eating in Gaza. More and more children are falling victim to Israel's forced starvation every day. The ongoing Israeli military operations render it nearly impossible for aid workers to assist those in Rafah. The phrase rules-based international order has become a mockery, as the very founders of this system have gone to absurd lengths to conceal the crimes of the Israeli government. History will remember the impunity of the perpetrators, the complicity of the corrupt, and the silence of the selfish in the face of these grave war crimes and crimes against humanity. It is vital to emphasize that in addition to the brave protesters of the younger generation, there are glimmers of light in these dark times. While some of our colleagues disgracefully defend the Israeli aggression, the International Court of Justice found it plausible that Israel's acts could amount to genocide and issued measures to protect Palestinians. And the International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant against Netanyahu for war crimes. While some colleagues choose to dehumanize Palestinians and ignore their plight, several European nations, including Ireland, Spain, Norway, and Slovenia, have recognized the state of Palestine. Let us hope that these steps are the beginning, not the end, of meaningful change. The international community must pressure Israel to accept the ceasefire proposal that has been presented multiple times by various actors over the past few months. We must all call for unhindered humanitarian aid, cooperation with UN agencies, immediate and full implementation of all ICJ orders, release of all hostages and Palestinian detainees, imposition of sanctions and seizing of all arms exports to Israel in order to uphold international law. We should facilitate the diplomatic resolution of this conflict, empowering moderate groups on both sides to pave the way for a two-state solution with 1967 borders. Our Assembly needs to lead the other international institutions on matters regarding universal rights and humanitarian values, not the other way around.
Thank you.
We are lagging behind, and we must remedy this situation in order to prevent double standards and uphold our founding values.
Senator.
Let us stand together, committed to justice, peace, and the protection of human dignity. Thank you.
I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. My dear Piero, I know that you have finished, you have used all 10 minutes at the beginning, but I cannot stand but giving you the floor for 1 minute if it is possible.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Of course, the debate has shown very differing positions on the issue. It's not a surprise. I think that's something that we encounter every day. These issues sort of confront us on a daily basis, and I think we're all aware of the issues. I'd just like to say that condemnation of the way in which the Netanyahu government has organized the military operation in Gaza is a general condemnation. What I've heard here doesn't correspond to the reality. I don't think anyone has saved sort of criticism or spared criticism of the way that Netanyahu has acted in Gaza. But perhaps I could just add one thing that was said earlier. Saturday, or Sunday, the 1st of July, was it the 30th of June? Anyway, 1 million Israelis will take to the streets against Netanyahu. 1 million Israelis will take to the streets in order to call for a radical change in Israel's strategy. And in order to tackle problems differently in an alternative manner and to usher in a peace process. I've heard people saying Hamas is not the Palestinian people, and it's true, it's very true, but I'd also say that Netanyahu is not the whole of Israel. You can't have double standards. So I think we sort of distinguish the Palestinians and Hamas. Fine, that's certainly something that we need to do, but I think it would be a grave error. And I think it's an error that's been made in a lot of contributions to the debate to think that the whole of Israel is Netanyahu, because the millions of Israelis who are going to take to the streets on Sunday are not supporting Netanyahu. They're against him and they want a peace solution. So I think I'm going to finish. We shouldn't be sort of supporting this or that camp. It's not a football match. I think we need to see what we can do in order to put an end to the war, to release the hostages, ensure that the civilian population, the Palestinian population, that its suffering comes to an end, and so that we can usher in a peace process. That, I think, is the task incumbent on the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe.
At the end of a current affairs debate, the Assembly is not asked to decide upon a text, but the matter may be referred by the Bureau to the responsible committee for a report. The next item of business this afternoon is a current affairs debate on the question, can the Council of Europe step up its efforts to counter threats to the freedom of expression? Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes for all members except the first speaker chosen by the Bureau. The debate will end at 8 p.m. I call now Mr. Andrei Hunko. Andrei, you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate.
Yes? No. Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you very much indeed, President. Distinguished colleagues. It is scarcely conceivable that we begin a debate about free speech without recalling the wonderful news yesterday. Julian Assange was able to travel home to Australia as a free man. Barry Palak, his lawyer, said, once the deal had been signed off on by the American judge,
tremendously in his fight for free speech, for freedom of the press, and to ensure that the American public and the world community gets truthful, newsworthy information. Und hat in der Tat
indeed, he suffered for a long time, 14 years in total. There were a couple of years where he had to hide, as it were, and then he had 7 years in the Ecuadorian embassy and then 5 years in Belmarsh High Security Jail. And of course, it's a good thing that at long last he is free. And I would also recall that this assembly called for his immediate release on 3 separate occasions, something of which we should be proud as an assembly, because not all organizations did that by any means. Nevertheless, from my perspective, I think there are still implications for freedom of speech and freedom of thought. People realize what can happen if they publish classified information, as he did on the WikiLeaks platform. Now, I don't want to talk too much about press freedom in this debate. We've talked about it on many occasions, and I don't want to point the finger at certain countries in which journalists are imprisoned and the like. What I want to do, above all, is to look at what is happening in Central European countries right now. The feeling that ordinary people have being unable to express their views. Now, in 1990, in my own country, Germany, so that's 34 years ago, when people were asked whether they felt that they were able to express their political views freely or whether they were best advised to be cautious. So in 1990, 16% of the population felt that it was better to be cautious, and 77% said that they felt that they could express their views freely. So the overwhelming majority. Now, the same question has been asked on an annual basis since then, and the majority now believe that they cannot express their views freely. It's better to be circumspect. I think that that is alarming. And I've been in the Parliament as an MP for 14 years now, and in the first few years I was an MP, I think it was far easier, to like something on Twitter or whatever. Far easier at the beginning of my mandate than it is now. And I think that this trend is extremely worrying. And in recent years, it's a situation that has polarized in recent years, particularly in the wake of the Russia-Ukraine conflict and then the Israel-Gaza conflict. And we have seen a situation in which diverging or divergent opinions are quickly disqualified, not only in personal conversations, but also on major media platforms. It is my perception, my sense, that opposing opinions are characterized as being morally inferior. They're not simply characterized as being a different opinion. Rather, the person who holds those views is deemed to be a bad person. And all kinds of vague legal terms are bandied about. If they're conspiracy theorists, if they're anti-Semites, or this, that, and the other. So no clear division is made between something that is quite rightly punishable under the law, and that, of course, has to be clearly defined. Rather, these kinds of nebulous concepts are bandied about. Now, there have been concepts that have now seen the light of day in Germany that didn't exist 20 years ago. You've got people being threatened, politicians, lawyers, or even Council of Europe experts for having given an interview in the wrong place, no longer being appointed because people saying that that would have given undue resonance to a certain platform. Now, a plea has been made for a new public broadcaster because it is limiting freedom of speech rather than expanding freedom of speech. And it is also being reported that divergent opinions are being defamed and a claim to absolute truth is being made in certain debates in certain quarters from which no one can depart. And all of these are extremely worrying developments. And that is why I think we need a debate on these issues. And I'm very much in favor of our having the kinds of societies in which we air different views that are then perceived as an enrichment rather than a threat to our societies. And I want to end with the famous quote by Voltaire. I think it bears repeating, namely, I may not be of your opinion, but I will do everything to see to it that you can express that opinion. That is a quote from the European Enlightenment.
Of the Socialist, Green and Democrat, Sandra Zamba.
Grazie Presidente. Il quesito.
Thank you very much, President. I think the title is a question. The title of this current affairs debate: can the Council of Europe step up its efforts to counter threats to the freedom of expression? So that's a question that's addressed to us. And unfortunately, we can only answer yes in the light of the facts that are objectively affecting a certain number of countries where freedom of expression is constantly being questioned, even in countries where one would not have expected to see this kind of phenomenon. It seems something of a paradox to have to recall the reasons for such a statement. Yes, the Council of Europe has to step up its efforts to counter threats to the freedom of expression and has to use all the tools at its disposal, because freedom of expression is a right. It's a fundamental human right. And recognized as such by the United Nations, it is one of the 4 pillars making up the state based on the rule of law. But it's an enabling factor also, as the previous speaker has said. It's an enabling factor in respect of other rights, because freedom of expression, of course, goes hand in hand with participation, freedom of expression. In terms of the press, the media, the social networks, freedom of expression is something that enables citizens to know, to understand, and to decide. As I've said, this freedom of expression is suffering, being diminished in so many parts of the world. We noted with great satisfaction the release of Julian Assange 2 days ago, but we cannot fail to refer to the long list of journalists who have been killed, victims of hatred, victims, as I say, of hatred. And they, though, are the ones who are trying to bring facts to life. On the occasion of the World Press Freedom Day, Reporters Without Borders reminded us that freedom of expression around the world in 2024 is something that is threatened by those who should be defending that freedom of expression, namely political authorities. So I think that's an alarm bell that has gone off increasingly loudly when you look at the countries that are introducing censorship. Afghanistan, Eritrea, Syria, Russia, where media have been the subject of censorship. But the freedom of expression is something that we must uphold, and we just do all we can to ensure that it's not diminished worldwide.
Thank you, Ms. Zamba. And now I would like to call the next speaker, Ms. Belén Hoyo, on behalf of EPP Group.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you very much to everyone here. Regardless of the fact that it is the last debate on the slate this evening, it is important, it is topical, because diversity enriches society, and life, after all, would be very boring if we all thought the same. So protecting freedom of expression and opinion is paramount amongst public duties and one of the fundamental pillars of all democratic states. Nevertheless, not all governments strive to protect and guarantee those fundamental freedoms. Some cowardly political leaders do not defend these rights, but rather attack them wantonly. They do not realize that when you dedicate yourself to public life and to public service, you expose yourself to criticism. Criticism can come from the media, from the political opposition, or from anonymous citizens. And there are some ignorant politicians who do not realize that the difference between a fully democratic state and an authoritarian state has to do with the extent to which those criticisms can be expressed. However, forced detention and the silencing of journalists are practices which have become widespread in many countries. And that is why we would call on European values to be respected. Our mission here in the Council of Europe is to see to it that democracy, human rights and the rule of law are all safeguarded equally. And that is why we must condemn those governments who seek to muzzle, to gag or to intimidate a press which either publishes information or expresses its views. Because if these attacks are overt or covert, they certainly do not pass the democratic test. And that is why we must be firm in dealing with this issue. A full-throated democracy cannot exist without the right to freedom of expression. Attacks on and assassinations of journalists cannot be permitted. Attacks going far beyond mere insults. We've had cases of corruption in the Socialist Party as well as in the closest circles surrounding the Prime Minister, and this has led to a weakening of the government. They are reacting in the worst possible way, and in doing so are undermining our democracy. They are trying to increase their popularity, which has hit rock bottom by insulting journalists, by manipulating the public media, and obviously by attacking the opposition and judges. Colleagues, it's important that we stand together in strengthening our democracies and protecting our systems and our fundamental freedoms. There are many more examples of countries that I could have mentioned, but we in the EPP condemn all forms of censure and gagging, and we would like to express our solidarity with all journalists who, in the face of insults and attacks, continue to pursue their vocation, putting their own lives and those of their families at risk.
Ms. Hoyo, And I would like to call the next speaker, Ms. Carla Moonen, on behalf of ALDE Group from the Netherlands.
Okay. Strengthen and defend democracy is the foundation for freedom of expression. We all know that democracy is in decline globally. I would like to mention 3 current threats to the freedom of expression and how the Council of Europe can step up. First, the biggest risk for freedom of expression, in my view, is that democratic parties in Europe support extreme parties to stay in power. This is the case in several European countries. There are extreme parties who try to dismantle democracy from inside. Members of parliament have the mandate and the responsibility to stand against these dangerous trends. Second, the younger generation communicates in a digital language. They have to feel safe in the digital world. This week we've seen and heard young professionals, journalists from Ukraine and Gaza, who have a lot of digital followers. They are brave and tell the truth to the world. We have to protect and defend all these journalists who take a lot of risks for our freedom. Third, the situation of NGOs in the world. In the Netherlands, the country I am senator, the new coalition wants that NGOs are limited in the possibilities to go to court, especially when NGOs receive subsidies from our government. This means a threat for NGOs who fight, for instance, for climate solutions and nature conservation. The possibility for NGOs to express themselves are decreasing, which we cannot allow. Finally, I would like to thank Petra Beyer and others for the report about protecting women, human rights defenders in Europe. And moreover, I would also like to thank the excellent work of parliamentarians for global action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moonen. And now I would like to call the next speaker, Mr. Berdan Öztürk, on behalf of Unified Left.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Today, I will emphasize how freedom of expression is systematically restricted in Turkey, but this is a growing problem everywhere, and every instance encourages others. We have celebrated the release of Julian Assange from the UK's bar march, but we note that this was a result of a plea bargain, and journalists still risk prison sentences for revealing inconvenient truths. I could give you many other examples from council members, but I will outline one from here in France. Just before the European elections, 2 LFI politicians, including the parliamentary leader, were summoned by police and accused of apologizing for terrorism, for criticizing Israel. Accusations under widely criticized terrorism laws are used to shut down opposition in Turkey too. And an increasingly politicized judiciary is being used to muzzle all political opposition, as in the recent Kobane case against members of our party. Among those receiving long sentences, in this case for carrying out their political work, are our former co-chairs and also Nazmi Gür, a former member of this assembly. Journalists operate under constant threats and face police violence and arrest. When 2 Kurdish villagers were thrown from a helicopter. The journalist who reported this was arrested, while those responsible faced no legal consequences. The isolation of Mr. Abdullah Öcalan in İmralı Island prison breaches international and Turkish law. But pointing out this crime is punished. Large and increasing numbers of people are detained for their social media posts or for insulting the president. To combat the situation, when the European Court of Human Rights intervenes, Turkey refuses to act on their ruling in violation of their convention obligations, and the Council's institutions continually postpone taking action. If the Council is serious about democracy and freedom of speech, we cannot let Council members ignore this with impunity. Thank you.
And now we go to the list of speakers, and I would like to remind that the duration of every speech should be within 3 minutes. Thank you. Dear Ms. Sunal, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, one of the main purpose of this organization is to protect freedom of expression. It is one of the fundamental tenets of any democracy. And if we destroy freedom of expression in our societies, in our states, we are destroying our democracy, because one cannot exist without the other. There are many diverging and age-old threats to the freedom of expression in Europe, and of course we should be doing more and we should be doing better. I also think that we should take stock and remember what we have been doing well. One of the most aggressive forms of attack towards freedom of expression is imprisoning or killing people for expressing their views. Now, people have been killed for expressing their views, for being in vocal opposition to the government that reigns in their country. We have very recent examples of this, like Navalny, and our dear friend Vladimir Kara-Murza is in prison in Russia for describing the war of aggression against Ukraine as it is, as a crime of war, a crime of aggression. So these are one of the most egregious attacks against the freedom of expression, and I've often called imprisoning people for expressing their opinions a lethal weapon against democracy, because of the fear and despondency that it spreads, the chilling effect that it has, the likelihood that it will lead to people holding back on their opinions, being afraid to speak up, being afraid to participate in a democratic society. And this is often an indicator of deep democratic decline and moving towards an autocracy. Now, celebrating something that has been done well, in a sense at least, is that Julian Assange is now a free man. And I believe that one of the core reasons he is a free man is because the court in the UK accepted that Julian Assange has a defense under Article 10 of the European Court of Human Rights. And because of this acceptance of this ground of appeal, the United States decided that they didn't want to risk losing this battle with Strasbourg, eventually. So they offered him a plea deal. But I think that we should be very wary of this plea deal, and we should really take stock. That is why I will not stop in my investigation of the detention of Julian Assange and its chilling effects on human rights, because 14 years of his confinement have already sent a very chilling message that telling the truth to the public, respecting the public's right to know, which is also, let's not forget, part of freedom of expression, it's our right to know. This has had a huge impact and had an insane cost for Mr. Assange. And the fact that he had to confess to a crime under the US Espionage Act for being a publisher tells us that the US can go after any publisher in Europe for publishing information that the US considers to be their domain. This really is something that we should be doing something about, and this is something that I intend to work on moving forward.
Thank you, Ms. Suna. And now I would like to call Mr. Francesco Verducci from Socialist Group.
Presidente, grazie.
Madam President, thank you. President, colleagues, yes, I believe this debate is urgently needed because even amongst countries of the Council of Europe, countries of the European Union, I think we're seeing a rather worrying backsliding when it comes to independent information and freedom of expression. Freedom of expression, which of course can never be absolute. It always has to abide by the principle of non-discrimination. But freedom of expression is at the very heart of every democracy. It is the vital border, if you like, that separates democracy from authoritarian regimes. And along that border, that confine, there are figures that stand out. They're symbolic of the battle, the struggle for the right to information, the right to democracy, such as Anna Politkovskaya, who was not afraid, even faced with threats from the regime. She transformed her life and her profession, making of them an act of civil and political commitment. Today, there are thousands of journalists who are imprisoned arbitrarily around the world, and in some cases in countries that are close to our own. President, I feel obliged to denounce this attempt to subject information to the control of government in member states of the Council of Europe, such as Hungary or Slovakia. But an obligation also to denounce the very difficult climate of censorship and intimidation when it comes to the autonomy of the public television sector in my own country, Italy, the constant reprisals and threats, including legal action, voiced by leading government figures against journalists for the mere fact of actually going about their work in an independent manner. It's a way of bringing them to heel and silencing them. A number of governments have stepped up their controls on the social media and internet using the argument of national security. But a democracy cannot tolerate censorship. Never. Our democracies need to equip citizens with the tools they need so that they can detect fake news and disinformation, but we must guard against adopting the same tools or instruments as used by authoritarian systems, with sanctions being imposed on information sites. We cannot backtrack along this line that divides democracies and authoritarian systems, especially in today's times of emergency and crisis. I think we have an obligation to support in all forms free, independent information which shapes critical public opinion so that we're not under the thumb of governments or economic and financial powers or the arbitrariness of algorithms. We've got to enable citizens to fully flex their democratic muscles and voice their own opinions, the right to choose and to decide. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Francesco Sorbara from Canada.
Grazie ragazzi per la vostra vicinanza.
Oh, merci beaucoup, Madam Chair. It's wonderful to be here this evening in the hemicycle. And honor. Yep. There we go. It's always a privilege and honor. First, I'd like to say for any democracy, freedom of expression, freedom to gather with fellow citizens, and freedom of religion are obviously paramount. They're paramount in Canada, and they're paramount of the many of the democracies within the 46 member states that make up the Council of Europe. But they are also under threat around the world, and we must guard against it. It's something that is much concern to us in Canada, what we are witnessing around the world, and it is a much concern to many of us here gathered where democracies are alive and functioning. We know they're under threat, and we need to make sure that we fight back, and we need to make sure that laws are in place that are upheld. I would first like to thank you for the opportunity to address you today as we ask ourselves a question of utmost importance. Can the Council of Europe step up its efforts to counter threats to freedom of expression? In his 2024 Global Expression Report, the Free Speech Organization, Article 19, found that more than half of the world's population is living through a freedom of expression crisis, quote unquote, meaning that half of the world's population is mostly unable to speak freely in their countries. In addition, the report noted that 23%, so less than a quarter of the global population, live in open and less restricted expression environments. Us, 41 million citizens in Canada, are privileged to be one of those 23%. This is alarming, especially given the different legal frameworks governing this globally recognized human right. This is the case, for example, in international law under Article 19 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights in European law, under Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights, and also in Canadian law under Section 2B of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. These provisions are all clear. Everyone has a right of freedom of expression. As the members of the Assembly well know, the European Court of Human Rights has been contributing to protecting freedom of expression in all of its Article 10 rulings for almost 70 years now. As the court did just last week in response to Russia's violation of Article 10. In this regard, I would like to pay tribute to the unstinting pragmatic approach put forward by the court over all these years. A pragmatic approach, since despite the rhetoric of some that claim to respect this fundamental freedom of expression, when practice shows otherwise, the court has always and continues to apply the well-established principle of its case law that the Convention is intended to guarantee not rights that are theoretical or illusory, but rights that are practical and effective. In Canada, as I mentioned at the outset, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees the right to freedom of expression as one of Canada's constitutionally protected fundamental freedoms. Like the members of this Assembly, we firmly believe in Canada that freedom of expression is instrumental to democratic governance. It enables people of all opinions to express themselves and contribute to the enrichment of our democracy, even in the most polarizing debates. I will end there, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Francesca. And the next speaker is Ms. Laura Castel from Spain, United Left.
Thank you, Chair. Are constitutional courts censoring parliamentarians' debate a threat to freedom of expression? Do you think that parliamentary debates like the one we are having here can be prohibited by the courts? No, they shouldn't. And they should not, because the limitations of debates in the Parliament affect freedom of expression and parliamentary immunity. They affect Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights, because actions with political content, legislative initiatives, are essential elements for the formation of the will of the Parliament. And for some time now, there has been a change in case law in some courts of member states. And we see how political resolutions become controlled by the judiciary, or we see how legislation is suspended before being debated. The Council of Europe emphasizes that parliamentary immunity is the safeguard of democracy. It preserves the integrity and independence of parliaments, and freedom of expression is intrinsic to parliamentary work. The European Court of Human Rights makes it clear that interfering with freedom of expression constitutes interfering with one of the foundations of democratic society and one of the conditions for its progress, and affirms that freedom of expression is especially important for us, the elected representatives, because we represent the electorate. We focus on their concerns and we defend their interests. Dear colleagues, preventing the processing of legislative initiatives by the courts undermines the fundamental right to political representation and undermines the right of parliamentarians to exercise their responsibilities. Questioning our parliamentary legitimacy to legislate is one more step towards reactionary withdrawals and makes any action that the court considers that contravenes a declaration issued by itself, the court considers a criminal offense and begins the path to the government of judges. A parliamentary action, dear colleagues, can turn into a crime if the court so deems it so. When judges exceeded their assigned functions and behave as political activists, they behave as illegitimate bodies, and the only body legitimized to create law is Parliament, because it is the only repository of popular sovereignty. This limitation of freedom of expression and political debate, this interpretation that links political speeches to crime of sedition, has occurred and is occurring and is one of the greatest threats to the values of the Council of Europe, to which we should pay attention with no more delay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Castell. And now I would like to call Mr. Stefan Bergeron from Canada to conclude the list of speakers.
Thank you very much, Madam President. When the European Court of Human Rights hands down rulings on freedom of expression, the respondent is a state. And when we debate threats to freedom of expression in this assembly, we focus on the threat posed by the state apparatus, because we have found in recent years a more insidious threat, the so-called wokeism. Wokeism isn't always easy to define, but its impact is being felt increasingly widely. And the most obvious manifestation of the phenomenon is what we call cancel culture. As Judith Lucier, a journalist, explained, it amounts to removing people and ideas or historical monuments from the public space because they no longer correspond to certain values. And it's a tendency which one associates more readily with the left, but has gradually abandoned its defense of workers to espouse racialist and communitarist theories. Having said that, the far right is just as able to boycott anything that's at variance with ideology, even where I come from in Quebec, where we threw off the suffocating hold of the clergy in the 1960s. I see a return of censorship and prudishness. Yvonne Goodbout, a novelist, was arrested in 1929 and accused of child pornography because one of the passages in his novels evoked the rape of a child. He was, in the end, exonerated. A judge found there was no case to be answered, but he continues to be vilified, and he will take with him through the rest of his life the stain of a completely undeserved accusation. Now, this has a chilling effect on many artists who, henceforth, will be more inclined to exercise self-censorship for fear that their works will be put on the index, as was the case in an era which we thought was a long way off. This is an intolerable attack on artistic freedom. And more than 20 years ago, the Iranian-American author Azan Nafisi published her memoirs of a stay in Tehran, where she had to debate literary works such as Lolita and Madame Bovary in secret. So fundamentalist puritanical behavior is sometimes closer than we would like to admit. We should be able to debate anything, particularly in a university environment, and that is why it is the job of the Council of Europe to fight against all the threats to freedom of expression. We should continue to denounce state repression, but also the kind of social pressure which hampers freedom of expression. It is the most insidious form of censorship, when censorship is the censorship we impose on ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will allow one final speaker, as his name was not included on the list by mistake. Mr. Paul Gavan, you have the floor.
Chair, I'm very grateful to you. Thank you very much. This is an issue that's close to my heart as an Irish Republican. For decades, during the years of conflict in the north of my country, Sinn Féin representatives, including elected representatives, were banned from the airways of all broadcast media in the south of Ireland. And from 1988 to 1994, they were banned from British media airwaves as well. Under Section 31 of the Republic of Ireland's Broadcasting Act, it was forbidden to broadcast interviews or reports of interviews or statements by anyone speaking on behalf of my party. The ban was an attack on fundamental freedom of expression and only had the impact of delaying political progress, dialogue, and an end to the violence. The ban was lifted by Michael D. Higgins, who is now our President, and in 1994, citizens of Ireland were finally allowed to hear from Sinn Féin representatives on their television and radio. The first words they heard were from Martin McGuinness, who declared, "Now is the time for peace in Ireland." Just 4 years later, that peace was delivered through the Good Friday Agreement. Now, in 2024, we see a range of new threats to freedom of expression. The genocide taking place in Gaza has been the catalyst to a host of European countries attempting to curtail free speech. In Britain, there have been attempts to ban the Palestine solidarity protests, often attended by hundreds of thousands of people. Former Interior Minister Suella Braverman opposed the marches from the very beginning, claiming on the first week of the marches that they amounted to support for terrorism. She said carrying the Palestinian flag or chanting certain slogans could be perceived as backing terrorism, depending on the situation, and advised police to take a perspective in their evaluations. Braverman took specific issue with the phrase, "Palestine will be free from the river to the sea," which she claimed is anti-Semitic and sought to erase Israel off the map. She also called the rallies hate marches and asked for the march on November 11th last to be cancelled because it coincided with Armistice Day, marking the end of World War I. The same call came from Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and the London Metropolitan Police. We've seen similar curtailments in a whole host of countries, actually. Here in France, authorities initially imposed a total ban on demonstrations supporting Palestine. We've also seen marches banned in a host of other countries. And just to conclude, Chair, I just want to say that not only is it the duty of the Council of Europe to always defend freedom of expression, it is particularly the duty of all of us on the left. We must always be aware of the dangers of curtailment of free speech. And that's why I think it's so important we've had this debate this evening. And again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Gavan. And Mr. Hunko, would you like to respond? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, dear. Thank you very much, dear President, for the possibility to respond. I don't take all the 3 minutes because I don't want to take more time, but a few thoughts about this. I think, and I would like to refer to Mr. Bergeron from Canada, from Quebec. It is a complex issue. The threat to the freedom of expression is a complex issue. It's not only a state issue, but it's also a state issue. But it is a combination of some developments in our societies with the state. I just want to refer to one issue in Germany, and I thank you that you refer to the situation at the universities, because at the moment there are a lot of debates in Germany about wrong expressions from professors, from reaction to protests concerning Gaza, and that they should be sacked or not. But it's this kind of debate which limits the university, which was once an area of outside the direct political control, outside where you have freedom of science as well. And the freedom of science, I think, is as well a very important issue. So I think we should, I'm not sure what we can do, but I think we should go deeper to this phenomenon, how developments, including the culture of the cancel culture, and there are some students protesting and directly calling the chief of the university to sack a professor who has deviated from a certain opinion, and all these mechanisms. I think we should, in a way, go deeper to this. I think this was a good debate. It was a small debate, but I think important debate as well. Thank you very much, and I wish you a nice evening.
Well done.
Thank you. And I remind you that at the end of a current affairs debate, the Assembly is not asked to decide upon a text, but the matter may be referred by the Bureau to the responsible committee for a report. And I would like, dear colleagues, to thank the interpreters for having accepted to go a few minutes after 8 p.m. Thank you, dear colleagues. The Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the agenda approved on Monday. The sitting is adjourned. Thank you.